You've seen the Speed Chess Championship. Now it's time for the rest of us to get a turn. With no grandmasters allowed, it's the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Watch your favorite chess personalities duke it out in Chess.com's exciting speed chess format. There will be brilliancies.
Lady stacking another pot, bishop c3 and rook a1! No! Rook a1!
There will be blunders.
No! No!
He fell for it!
16 players are fighting for a chance at the 8-player knockout. See old rivalries.
This is how
New foes. With a $15,000 prize pool, who will take home the crown this year?
And that is the match.
The IMSCC starts right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to another match in the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Yesterday, we saw Levy Rosman take down Greg Shahade in the first semifinal. Today is the second between Polina Shuvalova and Lauren Trent. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, yesterday's match was oh so close. What do you expect to see today?
I expect to see another oh-so-close match. Two completely different players, different aesthetic, different vibe of today's match. But one thing will remain constant. Levy Rosman is in the finals, and he is waiting with bated breath to find out who his opponent is.
Even that pawn is scratching its head. Will it be Polina? Will it be Lawrence? That is the question we will answer today. Something that will go unquestioned is that Levy Rosman awaits the winner of Polina and Lawrence. So, Danya, we have two worthy contenders playing in this match today. Polina and Lawrence. What could we expect?
Well, I think we can expect less trash talking from Lawrence, given that his opponent is not Greg Shahade, and he's probably happy that he could jab at him from behind the scenes yesterday. But Lawrence will need to bring his A game today because Polina is the highest rated competitor in the field. She's over 2,500 FIDE, Robert. She's grandmaster strength over the board, and she's been playing a lot of Blitz and Bullet lately. So very scary experience for Lawrence.
I fielded complaints about Polina. People saying, wait, isn't she too strong for this field? Isn't it not fair to the rest of the competition? Well, let's look at her accomplishments because Polina Shuvalova, that's a name that you should not forget. Just 22 years old. She's played in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. She earned her IM title 3 years back. She has crossed the 2,500 rating threshold so that when she earns her final norm, she will become a Grandmaster. She's won the World Girls Under 20 Championship. The list goes on. And Danya, she also was able to rebound in the group stage. When she was in Group C, she won her first two matches convincingly. She did suffer defeat to Danny, but then she was able to beat him in the tiebreaker.
Oh, thanks for saying the name. I was having a hard time reading the third. I feel like it's the same name on the third and fourth column, but I don't know why that person got invited to this tournament or what he's doing there. I didn't even realize he was an IM. Fun fact, Danny actually beat me in an over-the-board game in 2009. And I cried afterward. We'll ask him someday. But Polina came back in the tiebreaker. She qualifies to face Lawrence Trent. Those Bullet and Blitz ratings are both over 2,700. She's played in all of the recent Bullet brawls. I really think that Polina's got every shot of winning this match. But Lawrence, he always brings the fight. That's one thing that you can count on Lawrence. Literally and physically. Just ask him on.
Oh, well, you mention it, so we should bring up the graphic. The scorecard for Lawrence Trent. It's an impressive resume. He has two Grandmaster norms, but that second bullet point and the third, those are something he would like to forget. A first-round TKO at the Mogul Moves Chess Boxing Championship. Amon Hamilton won that battle and all the glory. But for Lawrence, glory? Could it be ahead? It's his fourth IMSCC appearance and his second consecutive semis appearance. And Danya, if the group stage is any indicator, he's in tip-top shape.
He's in amazing shape. He saw all of the tactics in the group stage. He wins all three of his matches. Now, his match against Kostya was more topsy-turvy than the score might reveal, but the fact remains Lawrence was, of all the participants, the sharpest. He had the best preparation and definitely the best time management, which is something we don't talk about enough. Lawrence is an incredibly experienced match player. He's played in these tournaments before. You just don't feel the same anxiety, the same nerves from him that you do with some of the other players, and I think that that really helps him perform year in and year out.
And he's full of reactions. You see Lawrence on camera while playing. He slaps his head. He puts his arms in the air. He's gesticulating wildly. It doesn't really matter because when he was playing in the group stage, no matter how he was feeling, he was able to secure victory. So, Danya, last year, he suffered defeat to James Canty in the semis. This year, he plays Polina Shuvalova. And let's just hear from Lawrence himself, because in the post-match interview, or I should say post-group interview, when he won that group quite handily, he said, facing Polina Shuvalova, well, I mean, she's a better chess player than me, which is a big issue going into the match. My style may be problematic for her, so I'm going to keep it true, mix it up, and play some unusual openings. And Donnie, I have to ask you about this quote. Well, it is true that Polina is more active. She's the higher rated player in classical chess. Do you think that his style does pose problems for Polina?
I think it poses problems for everybody. I think he's just got a difficult style to face in a match format. Why? Well, first of all, he's fairly universal. He's obviously a tactical player at heart, always has been. Over the board, Lawrence has always played 1e4, sharp openings, that kind of stuff. But online, he can really do a little bit of everything. He can adjust on the fly. And as I said before, he's got excellent time management. So the more well-rounded you are, the better you normally do in SCC formats. Lawrence is one of the most well-rounded IMs out there. He doesn't have any obvious flaws in his game.
And he is somebody who probably doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself, because I was there for the Chess Boxing Championship and Lawrence felt that pressure. He understood that this was a big moment. So for Lawrence to admit up front that Polina is better, do you think he's trying to lower his expectations so that he won't face disappointment in the match?
I think that's a pretty good technique. I think you want to lean into a situation where the pressure is on your opponent, and particularly if your opponent is higher rated or is the favorite on paper, that's a good place to be in because the spotlight is a little bit off of you. And when Lawrence is playing in a match, the spotlight is always on him. So for a change, I think Lawrence is happy to be in the kind of underdog position, and he's definitely going to lean into that throughout the match.
Well, chat, do you agree? Do you think that Lawrence is the underdog? He said it himself. So get involved. Please let us know who you think will win this match and face Levy Rozman in the final. And Levy is awaiting the winner of this match. Polina, currently a heavy favorite, according to the crowd. But let's remind everybody of the time controls, because Levy Rozman was actually losing. He was trailing to Greg Shahade in yesterday's match. But then it came down to the final section. So there's first of all 75 minutes of 5-minute chess. That's the base time with 1 second added per move. Then we get to the middle section, 50 minutes of that Title Tuesday time control, 3 minutes plus 1 second increment. And last, but certainly not least, you can ask Levy about that, 25 minutes of bullet chess. So Danya, when it comes down to the wire, we know that the player with the better nerves is often the one who survives and advances.
Particularly in the bullet segment, those 25 minutes, how many champions have they crowned? Even, we don't have to look far. Yesterday, Greg Shahade leads from wire to wire. He holds a 3-point lead. Boom. That 3-point lead disappears in the span of a couple minutes. That was an incredible match, which went down to overtime. If you haven't seen it, make sure to watch the playback. But after you watch this match, of course, and you catch it live. But the bullet, it can change everything, and that is why the most well-rounded players always win.
That is true. And so, speaking of well-rounded, we have two very strong competitors today, Polina and Lawrence, who have never faced off against one another. And we've heard players like Anish Giri talk about the younger generation, saying, oh, it's good to get matches in against them, that way you can prepare for their style. Lawrence himself said that his style will be difficult for Polina to handle. Who do you think it benefits that they have not squared off in any time control, online or in person?
I mean, I think the commentators benefit. I think it's hard to say, which of the players benefit, but for us, I think from a fan and commentator perspective, I always love to watch new matchups. It doesn't matter if it's a GM on GM matchup, IM versus IM. Anytime you have a new clash of styles, it produces new openings, it produces new types of chess, and that's awesome. We need more of that. We need more intersections of different chess universes, and that's what we're getting here. We're getting a match that we otherwise would never have gotten because of the age difference, and the location difference, and the fact that Lawrence doesn't play OTB anymore regularly. This is awesome, and Polina's room is very dark. Do you ever like playing in the dark?
Well, I was born in the dark. You were merely molded by it, my friend. And you see that Polina, her dark background, Lawrence in front of a green screen. We are about to have liftoff. It is the top of the hour, so let's see the pieces fly. And for Polina, it's the longest time control that should play to her advantage. But as we keep noting, she's also a monster in bullet chess, so she doesn't really have any weakness to speak of, at least off the top of the show. The one thing I'll note, Danya, is sometimes she plays a bit too riskily. Her opening choices can be provocative.
They certainly can. I've faced Polina a bunch of times in recent bullet brawls. She can really go after her opponents, but in the 5+1 portion, as we kick off this second semifinal, that could backfire. Speaking of risky openings, let me tell you what's not a risky opening. The exchange French. I think that needs to be said with a whimper, because that's the kind of opening it is.
And they're just having some fun in the exchange French, and maybe they're just testing the waters, saying that this is the start of the match, let's take it easy for now. And f6, that's a move that Ben Feingold often says, don't play it, but it does kick the bishop back, and now the king has gone to the queen side for black. We're about to get a fun clash on opposite sides of the board.
Lawrence already demonstrating a keen understanding of what is considered to be the sharpest setup against the exchange French. It's characterized by putting the knight on c6, the queen on d7, and then quickly castling queenside, and both players will start going after each other using their pawns. And at h3, Robert, it creates a hook. Now if Lawrence sends his g-pawn down the board, okay, not this very moment, don't give up your bishop, but the h3 pawn will be used as dynamite to explode the king side.
Yes, and on the other side of the board, white would like to play b4 and throw those pawns up, but you don't have that hook.
Ugh.
And wow, Lawrence, he's trading into an endgame. Yesterday, Greg, against Levy, he was like, I'm going to keep trading down, liquidate, try to simplify the position. And maybe it is where experience can pay off, where Lawrence can say, hey, I've played for decades longer than you have. And whoa, what is this? Lawrence Trent is my chess coach. Come on, mate. I don't know if that's true. Do you believe that?
I faced this against Leonard Bawden in the 1970 British Championship. No, I don't think I believe. I believe about 3% of the things that chat says. no offense. So I don't know if Mr. I'm looking for the person who actually said that. Whoever that is happens to be Lawrence Trent's student. But if they are, then welcome to the show. And I think Lawrence's decision to trade queens, I like to give Lawrence flack for anything he does just because it's fun. From an objective standpoint, Black's endgame is very comfortable here. Probably more equal than anything, but not a bad decision, objectively speaking.
I don't think that either side has any real trouble at the moment, but I think we'd agree that Black is the side for choice because e3 is the worst pawn on the board. It's going to be hard to team up on that pawn, but it is the pawn that a rook is staring into, and the semi-open file for white, at least right now, isn't being taken advantage of. You need a rook on f1, slide your king to e2, and then maybe we're talking for some play that white can obtain.
Black can obtain play if he can get his knight to this beautiful, lovely, juicy outpost on e4. White has to prevent that from happening, and Polina does. Good alert play by Shuvalova as she drops her knight back to d2, and now the knights are kind of in a standoff. This is a classic situation where who's going to be the first to flinch? And the only way that white can eradicate the weakness of the e4 square is to push e4 herself, but that move is associated with certain risk. Still, if I'm Lawrence, I'm going f5 here, and I'm really clamping down on this outpost because that's your greatest positional asset.
And f5, it gives black firm control of the e4 square, but it gives white the e5 square. So the knight may hop back to f3 and then up into e5 at some point. So it's one of these really big decisions that Lawrence isn't going to take lightly. And then, Danya, I remember, it's a 5-minute base for this time control. Both players still have over 3.5 minutes. They're playing at a lightning quick pace.
They're playing very quickly, and I can understand why the position is relatively simple. There's just not that much to calculate. Once you make your decision, you've made your decision in a position like this. At the same time, there is a non-zero potential that this position sharpens up. Like if you get the C file opens up and white starts getting into e5. On the other hand, black could potentially get into e4. So this isn't just a dead draw. There's a lot of chess left to play in this endgame. But if both players continue to play as cautiously as they've been playing, I think there's a high potential that the first game ends in peace.
And you see Lawrence, he grabbed his nose there, and his knight dives right back in to e4, offering a trade of pieces. And if all the files get clogged, that likely should result in a draw. So Lawrence, I think he's playing this game perfectly. You can hardly blame somebody with the black pieces equalizing without issue. And I feel like for Polina, she does love herself a nice endgame. But this is not the type of endgame that you love.
No. And I would already start thinking about how to sign the piece of chords here. Knight takes c4, f takes c4. Black is probably going to occupy that newly opened f file. And if white drops her king back to e2 and then plays rook f1, first impressions are that pawn endgame is a draw. Black's king is going to be closer to the center, but because the center is so clogged up, I actually think this is exactly what Polina's calculating right now. Is the pawn endgame in fact a draw?
And she can calculate not just 10 moves deep, but 20 moves deep in this position, because once those rooks get traded, black will have an option to take that pawn on c4 at some moment. So she's thinking, do I take on d5 right now? Is that the right thing to do? Because she can include the exchange of pawns, and that will eliminate one option for black in some of the endgames to try to secure an outside pass pawn. I know this is a deep concept for some people who can't visualize that far. I will let Polina make her move here, but that is the essence of what she is deliberating between right now.
You're absolutely right. These endgames are harder to assess and calculate than they seem. If you just look at it from a general standpoint, it might seem like all of the pawn endgames are a draw, but it might be a lot easier for black to break through than it seems. Like if you play rook f1, what do you actually have to assess? Well, after the trade on f1, black could play the move c5, for instance. And if you just blindly trade all of the pawns, then black's king could potentially make its way into white's side of the board. And so Polina, with that in mind, she pushes c5. Now, if Lawrence plays b5, then we're definitely going to see a draw after rook f1. Will Lawrence go for it with b takes c5 and try to deflect white's rook away from the first rank, Robert?
Well, there's an easy way for white to lose this game. So I think we can bring up an analysis board as Lawrence is taking his time to figure out how to proceed here. But this is very instructive, that I think that if after b takes c5, white is trying to take back with his d pawn, that's going to be a problematic position. So she smartly takes with the rook instead, but you see the eval bar go all the way down. You've closed all of your play from the white side. So that's why taking back with the rook was sensible, instead of getting, as you're pointing out, very passive position. White's pawns are frozen in place. Black is spoiled for choice. Oh, that's just absolutely miserable with d4 break as you're highlighting. So look at the game. Black is still better. Lawrence is playing this for a win because white gets a queenside pawn, black gets a kingside pawn. But I think black's king is just simply better positioned, and actually blacking over rook takes h3, rook h2 check, force the white king to the first rank. And then, as you're pointing out, you have options with your own king as black.
But you have to get your priorities straight here. Lawrence decides to start with h4. The ideal scenario would be the creation of connected passers. To do that, you need to protect the g5 pawn. To do that, you needed to bring your king to f6. Lawrence playing with an abundance of caution. I understand why he's going for this. Now he's playing completely risk-free chess. He can't lose this. He's going to eliminate the pawn on b3, and Polina's going to be playing probably a 2-on-3, but an unconventional 2-on-3. All of the pawns are going to be kind of in the center. So Lawrence is going to go rook a3. Polina is going to win the h-pawn. And are black's winning chances in that ensuing position realistic?
Well, Lawrence may consider rook h2 here, even though that doesn't actually help out so much because the white king is in a good position. Now, what Lawrence really wants is to win the e3 pawn. So after rook h2, king g1 would be a blunder because then the rook would slide back to e2 to win that very important e3 pawn, and then black springs free a passer. So the 3-on-2 that you're talking about in the center, if a pawn is gone and h pawn, if those are the pawns that are traded for each other, that should be a relatively straightforward draw for Polina with her king properly positioned near her e3 pawn. So as you're pointing out, rook h7 feels like the thing to do. That way you can toss your a pawn forward and the black king can help in the defense.
Yeah, there's so many instructive concepts here. And just because a move fails in one position doesn't mean you can't evaluate it in the next. Here, king g1 makes a lot more sense because rook e2 can be met with rook takes h3. Once the pawn has reached the third rank, white can now capture it and simultaneously defend e3. Now, Lawrence has been flirting with this a-pawn for a little bit too long. It's time to stop playing games. This might be your last opportunity to either slide your king to b8, or my move would probably be rook a8. Okay, Lawrence with king b8, and Polina just needs to bide her time. I think this is the proper moment for king g1. Lawrence is probably going to give a check on g2, And then you're just going to bring your king back to f1, and you're going to sit. Whatever you do, Robert, you cannot give up your e3 pawn, because then everything collapses.
Absolutely not. So, as you point out, king g1 should suffice. Maybe rook to h6, because the black king is caught between two different directions. You want to protect your c6 pawn, but you also want to stop the a pawn. So she chooses your line with king g1. How can you blame her? King has to go back to f1. King h1 loses to rook g3. That seems fairly straightforward. So she brings her king back toward the center. Rook g3, as you said, king f2, rook f3 check, king e2, and black's king can't make progress. And I think one more thing we should point out. Look where black's extra pawn is. The A and the h pawns, they kind of are evening out, but the c pawn is the extra pawn, but it's stopped by the d4 pawn. You can't push it, and that's why black is not better. And honestly, if black could have a pass pawn, Lawrence might just be winning.
No, totally. And is it worth for Lawrence to play rook a2 and trade the h pawn for the a pawn? Absolutely. I mean, you're a pawn up. You're not risking at all. It would be very foolish to just take the draw here. At the same time, Polina's going to go a7. She's going to box in the black king, and there is no way for black to induce Zugzwang. White's king has too many waiting moves such that it keeps the e3 pawn protected. So now Lawrence is out of options. He's going to have to go rook g3, rook g2, rook a2, take the pawn on a7. And Robert, I think the only way I can see black winning that ensuing endgame is either on the clock, Polina's down under 30 seconds, or if somehow black's king is able to infiltrate white's side of the board and ultimately get to the e3 pawn. But it's a long and treacherous journey to get there, and white's rook is going to have something to say about it.
And there's one bit of good psychological news. The white king is cut off. So sometimes in endgames we fear that we're going to lose, and that black king, it wants to go to the d3 square. If that king gets all the way into the heart of white's position, that will be trouble. But Polina, this isn't her first endgame. She's kicking that king back and not allowing, as you correctly picked up that king.
I don't know why it's not letting me. It's not letting me make perfectly legal moves. I've been submitting a complaint about this for months now, and nothing's been done to fix it. I can't play king f5 to d3. Don't kings jump over pawns now? Well, chess is such a boring game.
If you could play king takes e4 as black, you would actually maybe have some good winning chances. Trying to get that king in desperately, but Polina, perfect defense. The rook cuts off the king before it could venture to g4 and f3, so she just sliding her king back and forth, cutting off the enemy king. Done. Great technique, I would say, from both players thus far.
I mean, this is why piece activity is so indispensable in rook endgames, right? And this is why rook endgame experts, I don't know any of those, but I think Polina Shuvalova might be one of them. You need to avoid a rook trade at all costs because most pawn endgames down to pawn are going to be winning. 4 seconds for Polina, but look at how she's keeping her rook maximally active. She's either cutting off the black king or she's aiming at the c6 pawn and restricting the activity of its vis-a-vis. So Polina doing a great job so far. Lawrence is spinning his wheels currently.
The king is walking backwards, and it did get to d7. We've seen the king on this side of the board. It needs to get up into white's position. It's not getting there. I think we are likely to see this one become a draw unless there's a huge blunder.
That was a pre-move by Polina. Very dangerous. She's playing the lottery because she puts her rook on the wrong square, and Lawrence just happened to pre-move rook a2. That's how you blunder your rook in these types of positions. With a 1 second increment, there's no excuse to pre-move. You need to wait to see what your opponent is doing. Don't go rook f7! Oh, is this still a draw?
Okay,
is this still a draw?
She's lucky that this is... And it's losing. Look, the engine says that black is winning.
But he went the wrong way, Robert. He needs to go to d6 and push c5 and create that passer. That's the winning plan.
But
that's
the good
winning
news
plan.
Is process of elimination eventually will take over. You see that there's opposition on the king side. You go to the center, and here goes c5. And
that's it.
It's just a win.
Just don't go d4. Just get your king to d3. That's it. And then push d4.
Simple. Just the king for white needs to be on d2. It's on f4, and that's a win for Lawrence Trent. And Danya, he missed a way to win both of the kingside pawns earlier, but he did a great job of grinding to steal. I don't even want to say steal. He just earned that full point.
And that's why those endgames are so hard to defend. They're not conceptually hard to defend. It's clear what you need to do. But over the course of 20, 30 moves, you get impatient, right? You want to get that process underway. All it takes is placing the rook on one square for one move. Boom, the rooks were off the board. It was still a draw momentarily. Robert, Polina had to make some king move backwards in order to maintain opposition. But that type of draw is almost impossible to find with a couple of seconds on her clock. And immediately we see her playing very ambitiously with black, grabbing the isolated pawn on d4. And what is about to descend upon her is a major initiative from Lawrence.
And Danny was in the white side of this position against Polina. So Lawrence likely studied those games, tried to figure out where Polina's weaknesses were. There aren't many. And right now, Black has stolen the d4 pawn. Was a free one in the center, but Black has lacking in development. White has much more activity. You see the rooks are connected for White. All three minor pieces are out. The bishop on c8, rook on 8 aren't playing a part. And yet, that last move, queen c5, gets out of harm's way down the d-file, attacks the bishop on g5. And if your best move is knight e4 for White, then we're going to see some trades. And that black queen on c5 importantly defended the bishop on e7.
Yeah, knight e4 was not an easy move to play. You're down a pawn. You want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. I like bishop h4. It's a good move that keeps the tension. And now the big problem is how does Polina develop the bishop on c8? The ideal way to do it would be to play b6. But in that situation, there was the classic tactic with bishop takes f6 and queen e4, forking h7. Oh, bishop and she's blundered bishop g4. Lawrence forgot that the f-pawn is pinned by the queen.
Bishop g4 steals in exchange, and you look at Polina.
Oh, she missed it.
Oh, she played too quickly there. I think she likes the foundation of her position, but this is a 5-minute game. The players do have time to slow down. Thus far, they have been playing too quickly in certain moments.
Too quickly in complex middle games. Let me rewind a little bit. Could we bring up an analysis board really quickly as Lawrence establishes a knight on d5? And there's no question at this point that he's got sufficient compensation for the pawn that was sacrificed. But why is bishop g4 so powerful? This is a skewer, and the problem is that white can't push f3. This is pinned, and for newer players, they might say, well, what about the discovered attack against the queen? Well, the tactics just don't work out for white. If you try to counterattack black's queen, the simplest is for black just to grab white's queen, white grabs black's queen, and at the end, the rook on d1 simply falls. So there is really nothing to calculate here. The exchange would have been lost, and so would have been the game. Okay, so queen b4 instead happened. Lawrence eliminating the knight, establishing his own knight on an outpost. And what do you make of this current position? Does Lawrence have just sufficient compensation, or does he have an overwhelming initiative?
Well, for classical chess, I'd be very happy with White's position, but I'm partial in speed chess to the material, and Black is up a pawn. I don't see an easy way for White to get it back. If I saw a way to say play knight takes f6 and then win the pawn e5, I'd be like, all right, White is doing not just well, but I would choose that side. Here I see some aggressive moves, and Lawrence, that's not a good starting move, Danya. To take on f6, I feel like now all of Black's problems are behind her, and she's up nearly 2 minutes on the clock.
I agree. And Lawrence continues to try to find ways to keep the initiative going. I would consider a move like rook c7. Again, I think the main priority for white should be to prevent the active and easy development of the light squared bishop. Now Polina has a beautiful move in the form of bishop e6. And if you take on e5, after the trade happens, Black, I think, can get away with bishop takes a2. And at that point, Polina just won't be risking at all.
Well, that would be certainly a risk-free position, and she brings a rook to e7. The one risk here is a back rank checkmate, but if you play rook to d1, I'm pretty sure Polina will see that, develop her light square bishop, and Danya, suddenly it's a clean extra pawn for Black. Zero risk, your king is perfectly safe, you can bring that bishop out to f5 as you are indicating, and then that rook on a8 will get into the game. Black can always kick the bishop away from b5 with a6, put the next rook on e8. Healthy extra pawn. No problems for Polina.
And that's the problem with the early pawn sacrifice variations. As cute as it could look, as good as you might feel at first, if the initiative isn't converted into something concrete, you're going to end up a pawn down for the rest of the game. Now, rook takes e5 there. Didn't work because the bishop was hanging. Now Polina doubles her rooks and guards the e5 pawn very safely. Lawrence just has to tread water. Maybe try a move like a4. b5 might be the only target that he can attack at this point, because e5 is now, the door is shut on the e5 pawn.
a4 is probably the only idea for White to get some activity here. And you asked me the question, when White had that knight on d5, would I prefer that compensation? And what I was saying has come true, that I do feel like it's hard to prove this sort of obscure compensation that isn't always clear on how you're going to restore the material or continue your initiative. And now Black is up that central pawn. White is just shuffling pieces around. There's no way to pile up on a piece. The f7 square is very defended. The e5 pawn has the rooks protecting it. And she decides to trade queens here, but that may give the pawn back.
And it's for the same exact reason that bishop g4 worked earlier. The f-pawn is pinned, but now on the black side. Lawrence, though, he decides to keep the queens on the board. And I like queen d6. I think he's playing for a win. Now, very careful if you're Polina. Rook g3 is a huge threat. It's very easy to forget that the bishop on g6 is extremely vulnerable. I think Polina has to get her king to safety. She does. Can Lawrence snap up the pawn on a6 and reestablish material equality? And he does.
He does, and when I look at this position, I don't just say it's even material. I say that white's up a pawn on the queen side. We see 2-on-1 on the A and B files, and black is up a pawn in the center with the lone E pawn. So with the queens and the rooks on the board, I like the chances for an attack. You're pointing to the push with e3. That can expose white's king. The rook on e1 is hanging. The pawn on b2 is threatened. So that was a very strong move by Lawrence to both defend his rook on e1 and stop one of black's big plans. But is f5, f4 going to be available to black? That's one of those essential questions to answer, because if you allow that, I think then white is in huge trouble.
That has to be black's plan. It's black's only active idea, and Lawrence is trying to counteract it. He fights fire with fire, but I still like the look of f5. Apart from preparing f4, you're also creating an escape square for the bishop to f7, so largely you're taking the sting out of the move h5. Polina, she decides to prevent h5 directly by controlling the square with her queen. Now, who benefits in the event of a queen trade? Lawrence had an opportunity there with queen c4. Instead, he's allowed f5, and I don't like the way that this is going for him anymore.
Look at the clock, by the way. Polina's up nearly 2 minutes. The position is much safer for the black king than the white king, and black has established everything she could possibly ask for. By the way, that move h4 is often one you'd like to take back, because your king isn't going to feel truly sheltered if you are Lawrence Trent. So I don't see an easy move for white right now. G3 to stop f4, that looks like you're opening up way too many holes. Swiss cheese in front of your own king. So he plays rook g3, but is he going for an exchange sack?
But what's the follow-up? f4, rook g6, king g6. It looks like you've got something because black's king is sitting on g6, but the root problem is how well defended the e4 pawn is. Bishop takes e4 in that position just doesn't work out tactically. If you switch places of the queen and the rook, then yes. So I think after rook g6, king g6, Robert, another problem is that if you drive the queen up to g4, your bishop on c2 is going to hang at the end of the line. I don't think Lawrence has a follow-up in mind, and I think he's on the verge of losing this game.
That's a sad move to make. Rook h3, and you see it gets a question mark. The advantage goes all the way in black's favor, and bishop f5 is a nice move. Now f3 is available to black. g4.
Oh my gosh, f3 is destructive here.
I didn't even see that g4 was a legal move for white.
I know, right? He was hoping for en passant, which is forced, but somehow Polina resists the temptation. Now, it's not over quite yet. Queen e3, Polina's going to take the bishop. Lawrence is going to take black's bishop. But just look at the state of white's king. And to make matters worse, black could start helping herself to these queenside pawns.
She's not going to have just one helping, but likely two. The a2 pawn is loose over there. The f5 pawn is stranded out in black's position. So this looks very straight.
Whoa! I don't like that decision. I still think Polina's winning technically, but man, taking the queens off the board is such a relief for white's king.
Yeah, that was an odd decision, but now I think black can take that pawn. Why not? Just go up 2 pawns. She shuts the rook in place on g3, but I like the way that Lawrence is fighting. Watch out for rook takes f3 at some moment. You may be able to liquidate. Ooh, that's a good move, though.
But Lawrence needs to get that g3 rook back into the game. While it's sitting on g3, you're essentially playing down a rook. I thought rook g1 was absolutely mandatory, but Polina floundering a little bit. I'm not getting the sense that she knows exactly what her winning plan is here.
Part of the problem may be that she's up so much time that she's playing more for the clock than the position. And that white king on g3, it's in a safe zone, but h5 is dropping, and now that means the king on g3, as soon as I was saying it was safe, it's no longer safe because the h pawn will roll.
There was the chance for white to sack the exchange on e4. That was made possible by Polina's last move. Lawrence instead banking on his only source of counterplay, that a pawn, but it's not going further. Well, it's not going further than a6, I think. Polina might just put a rook on a7. Okay, it's not going further than a7. Let me correct myself.
That's true, but h4 check, and then rook to a8, and you gobble up the a7 pawn. And this looks very one-sided, because the problem for white is even after you grab e4, you're down 2 pawns, but if the bishop takes 4, rook e7, that's lights out. You force the trade of pieces, and in fact, Lawrence doesn't even wait for it.
Yeah, resigns without awaiting Polina's response. Her time management that game, maybe a little bit too fast in the opening, but all of that extra time she had in the end of the game served her very well as she ties up the match score. Black has won both games so far.
I would say they've had a similar trend where white was doing just fine, and then suddenly in that equality, black said, I feel like my plan is easier at this stage. And Lawrence, he's playing the French again. He goes for a6. This is not a common line at the highest levels. Well, the French isn't commonly played, but we may see Lawrence be left with an isolated pawn at some point if white decides to take in the center in both c5 and d5.
You said you saw a similar trend?
I did.
You want to repeat that statement? Do you mean a similar trend?
Danya, I was allowing you to deliver the puns.
Well, I appreciate it. I really need all the help I can get because I don't usually generate them pretty well on my own. It's been 45 minutes and there hasn't been a single stupid pun for me. I'm setting new records. I really like the trend of my commentary. It's going in the right direction, that's for sure.
Well, that bishop on d3 is heading in the right direction, literally, and
maybe
towards
to h7, yeah.
the black king. So bishop f5 was played there by Lawrence. I love these positions from the white side. You just have a healthy advantage. You've controlled the square in front of the isolated pawn. That's really important for all of you who are newer to chess. And what's so bad about an isolated pawn? Well, there are a couple things, but namely that it can't be protected by its best friend, another pawn. And often when you have that pawn, you want to push it forward to cause some mayhem. Here it cannot be pushed. I think that Polina has firm control over the center and this game.
I had a funny discussion on my stream a couple months ago because the isolated pawn in this situation is referred to as the IQP, like the letters I, Q, and P. What does it stand for? The isolated queen pawn. Sometimes it's referred to as the isolani. I don't think that's like an official English word, but hey, we're chess players. We get to talk in our own language. So somebody asked, well, why is an IKP a thing? Or why is an IBP a thing? Isolated bishop's pawn. Well, first of all, it can be a thing if you want it to be a thing. It's just that the isolated queen pawn is the symptom of a lot of different openings. So it's much easier to study these types of positions. Yeah, you can get an isolated bishop pawn, but it's not really going to be a part of any opening that's easy to study. The IQP very commonly arises out of the French and the Caro-Kann, and that is why it's a thing. And like the isolated knight pawn isn't a concept that you can kind of study as easily.
And I did enjoy that featured chat. It was very funny there. And this position looks great for white. You were saying about the IQP. It's there, and it can't be captured. That's one thing. It's about to be captured now. But queen takes d5 was not available because bishop takes h2 check was available to black there. A nice tactic to save the pawn. But Danya, it's falling down, and this shows why isolated pawns, they're not always appreciated.
It's because they can't be defended by their neighbors. Why is that? Because they're isolated. I mean, this is earth-shattering, I know. And the other problem is that while you're defending your isolated pawn, you often get this tunnel vision, and other parts of your position start to collapse. Case in point, look at the dark squares on the king side. Knight d7 looks pretty devastating. Black might lose more than just a pawn here. I would go knight d7. And in response to rook f8, there's a very tempting check on f6, but you could even just capture on d5 and keep that knight on d7 nicely protected.
In either move order. You could play queen takes d5 right now with a threat of knight d7, and the b7 pawn is hanging. I'll say that queen a5 is a really good bullet move, but this isn't the bullet section yet. This is the 5-minute portion. You can see on Lawrence's face, he's not particularly thrilled with what's transpired, and I would go pawn grabbing. Now is the time for Polina, and she's slowing down, yet remains more than 30 seconds ahead in the clock.
Great awareness by Polina. She pauses, she calculates, and she makes sure that you're not dropping any minor pieces here. Rook a8 looks like a scary move. Looks like white's pieces are kind of scattered about the board, but knight d7 solves all of your problems. I think even queen c4 keeps everything under control, because if black plays the move b5, then that intercepts the connection between the queen and the knight. White's queen is free to roam about the cabin. But Polina with some very precise play, and now she still needs to convert the extra pawn in the endgame.
And I saw her glance to the side. because knight d7, that's a move that is easily missable, and she finds it. She trades the queens off the board, and she may throw in knight f6. I would just take the queen on d5, because that knight on d7, it blunts black's rooks, and knight endgames are most similar to king and pawn endgames, but you have so many pieces remaining that I wouldn't be certain about trading off too many of the remaining pieces.
I agree, and knight f6 helps black's king get a little bit closer to the center, and in every endgame, these marginal differences become important. Whose king is more active, who's got the better piece coordination. Obviously, that's white in this position. Complete monopoly over the d-file, the knight on d7. It may seem awkward, but it's actually totally safe. It's unattackable. And if black drops his knight back to e7, Polina has plenty of squares along the d-file that the rook can relax on. Rook d6, even better.
Not even relaxing. It's increasing the pressure. The knight on e7 was stuck. Okay, knight to a5. Clearly, you want to play knight c4. You're pointing in the right direction. Knight f3 to e5. And where are black's pieces going? This is a full-on clamp. Every piece for white is doing something. Black's pieces are scattered. I love knight to e5. There is no f6 available to black. She chooses the d-knight. Can hardly blame her. Not quite as accurate, but still a huge advantage for white.
Yeah, as long as Polina avoids making any weaknesses on the queen side, I would refrain from a move like b3 that creates a target that black's rook can attack. And that's what's missing for Lawrence. Not only are his pieces totally uncoordinated, he's got nothing to attack. He's got nowhere to go with his rook. And the move b4 would have sent the knight all the way back to b7. That might have been decisive, but Polina choosing to slow roll it. She has allowed the move f6, though. And now Lawrence's knight is getting into c4. And this game is not over yet.
We also understand why the rook went to a7. No rook d7 to white, no pins on the 7th rank. And here we see Lawrence is fighting back. He wants either king g6, as you're pointing with f5 to follow, or knight g6 and bring the knight to h4 or f4. It still looks great for Polina. Her knight can go into e6 or f5. White has some holes to jump into. A knight f5 check looks like a great start here, but the black king does safely scoot to f7, and there's no checkmating attack, even if it looks like it's close.
Yeah, if black's rook was on f7, then knight f5 would be checkmate in one. As it stands, after knight f5, king f7, it's your other knight on d3 that doesn't have a good place. If you could drag it all the way to h6, in fact, knight d3 to h6 would be an amazing move in this position because it could not be captured due to knight f5 checkmate. Unfortunately, that knight on d3 right now is in a purely defensive role. It's keeping its counterpart on g6 at bay. And so Polina, I like the way that in certain moments she slowed down and played like a Russian schoolboy, or should I say a Russian schoolgirl.
Yes, she's playing great chess right now. I like this position for her a lot. And there's a cool move here. f4 is available to white because if that pawn is captured, the knight hops into e6 with check and then recaptures on f4. And that shatters, she finds it, that shatters black's
great call
position.
And if you don't touch the f4 pawn, if you play knight g6, then you're allowing f5. And you would have allowed white to establish a stronghold on e6. That would be unacceptable. Now I think just b3, sending the knight away. And maybe get the rook back to d6 to target some of these weaknesses on the 6th rank. Yeah.
And that knight is perfectly placed on f4. It can jump to d or h5. The f6 pawn looks like it's about to fall. And unfortunately for Lawrence, his king can't really help out. In fact, his king is part of the problem. It's in harm's way. It's within checking distance of the knight. And as you're showing there, rook c7 allows rook takes f6 with check and knight d5 to follow.
It's amazing when you watch good technique and precise endgame conversion. Every piece seems to be on the right square at the right time. The tactics all work out for you at the right time. That's not just a coincidence. It's the product of deep understanding. It's the product of knowing how your pieces are best coordinated and when to make the slow moves and when to go in for the kill. And right now, Polina is going in for the kill. She's going to eliminate another pawn. The one thing that you don't want to miss in a blitz game is a knight fork. I thought knight g6 was a better chance there for Lawrence.
It shielded the king and threatened knight h4 while you're about to open the a file. So instead, knight to d3, maybe knight c1. Maybe Lawrence is going after that a2 pawn, and he goes for it. And for Polina,
rook takes b5, a3.
No way. That would be absolutely devastating if black is able to thrust that pawn forward and try to create a new queen.
That's exactly the way that you screw up these endgames. As one commentator likes to say, it's not about the quantity of passed pawns. White's totally fine on that front. It's the quality. And if black gets the pawn up to a3, that would be the highest quality passer by far. Polina going for checkmate.
Checkmate.
Lawrence can make a Luft square with h6.
Okay, but now she throws the pawn forward. The black king is in a type of net. I don't see a way to checkmate it, at least not anytime soon. Yeah. But if rook takes b5 still looks like it fails to pawn to a3, I wouldn't be grabbing that pawn. Can you take on a4? Because if the rook takes on a4, now I take b5. And if you take with a pawn on a4, I play pawn to a3, and I keep my rook pawn over there safe and sound.
You have to, and that was excellent, mature decision-making from Polina, but she's left herself with 30 seconds. I love the way that Lawrence is defending rook to e7, keep making threats, and he's going to go after the a3 pawn, but I think he's too slow. That pawn is going to be on c9, in the blink of an eye.
And instead, she moves her rook around a little bit. That pawn can still go up the board, c6, followed by rook d7 check. Now, this now is simple, but Lawrence, give him credit. He put up a good, tenacious fight, but at this stage, it does feel like Polina has everything going for her.
Of course, Polina not trying to get fancy with c7. That would have blundered into rook takes c7. Instead, she puts her rook behind the pawn. And the last stage is going to be to involve the final piece, king f4. You can win this in a multitude of ways. I would get the rook to d8, Polina choosing to use her king. Oh, don't go king f6. Never too late to blunder.
She smartly puts her king in opposition of the enemy king. Now rook d3, rook d8 would be mate. She says, when I see mate, I look for better. That's good advice. She wins by resignation.
She's enjoying the moment. Man, these positions should be savored, and a great technical win for Polina. That was a wire-to-wire victory and a textbook demonstration of how to play against the IQP.
Well, Polina Shuvalova leads by a score of 2-1. You see the players, they're talking to the staff, working hard behind the scene, and the reason why is this is the midway point of the longest time control. So Polina, despite suffering the first loss, she has her first winning streak of the match, Janya. 2 in a row. She leads by 1.
And she changed her style after the first game. She played an exchange French. It was a long, quiet game. It wasn't really her style, and all credit to Lawrence for his grinding win in the first game. But Polina adjusting immediately. She wins the second game with black, and with her typical brand of aggressive, on-point chess, she takes care of business in game 3, and Lawrence has some questions that he's going to have to answer in the second half of the 5+1 portion, Robert.
Some great technique from both players. We haven't seen so much aggressiveness, not too many tactics, but when we return from the break, the players, they will continue slugging at each other. This is the IMSCC semis. It's Polina Shuvalova versus Lawrence Trent.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
A lot of college-educated people, I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean...
You know how to play?
Listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
Welcome back to the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. This is the semifinals. I'm Robert Hess, alongside me, Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, 3 games in, Polina Shuvalova, she had a rocky start, but she's won 2 straight. She's looking like she wants to make it to the finals.
She most certainly does. A rocky start, she lost game 1, but immediately rebounds. She changes up her style. She's won 2 in a row, and Lawrence Trent, he needs to solve some problems to prevent this match from getting out of hand.
And there's no better way of hushing your opponent than by showing them you could take them down on the chessboard. Lawrence Trent, you see him on camera here, he is very talkative. He was tweeting, he was chirping, he was going at Greg Shahade, who faced off against Levi Rosman, aka GothamChess, a day ago. And Lawrence, he's grabbing his head. He looks like a man who has suffered some hurt.
Indeed. And Greg Shahade suffered some hurt at the hands of Lawrence Trent yesterday as we take a look at some of those tweets. Seems my advice was not heeded. Then the guy literally can't spot a fork. Greg fork me Shahade, in case it wasn't clear who he was referring to. And before the show, Robert, you pointed out something funny. He doesn't even care to tag the actual Greg Shahade. He just tagged a Twitter user, an X user, named Greg, just like some rando.
I think that's the ultimate boomer behavior, right? Trying to tag somebody, but failing miserably. But in all seriousness, Lawrence Trent, he and Greg Shahade have this rivalry against one another. It's friendly, but they also mean some serious business. But right now, it's all business from Polina. Danya, she's taking the chess seriously. She's up 2-1. How should Lawrence adjust right now so he can even up this match once more?
Well, so far, I think his biggest issue has been openings, particularly in the previous game. He didn't get the kind of position in which anybody can thrive. He might want to keep repeating the French, but I think he needs to choose a different structure. Polina demonstrated very keen knowledge of how to handle the IQP. Let's see what Lawrence can bring to the table in the next black game, but right now he's got the white pieces, and he has to try to maximize his chances and display some sharp opening preparation.
And the games will begin. I don't even know what to call it. There's a halftime break. We don't typically have those in chess outside of the Speed Chess Championship formats, but either way, Polina will hope to continue the form that she was in before the break, and Lawrence, he's going to hope that the break helped him. We even advanced Karo Khan. So, new openings each and every game.
Indeed. And this line, knight c3, it's usually followed up by g4. And that is why Polina doesn't rush with e6, right? This is something Caro-Kann experts do. They bring their bishop back behind the pawn chain so that when you play c5, that bishop on d7, it guards some of the weak spots in black's position. I won't pretend like I understand anything about this variation. Robert, I don't know what's going on right now, but I know that this is theory.
Well, it's sort of like a French defense now that the bishop is inside the pawns, so that light square bishop on d7, and she gives away a pawn on h5. That was a sacrifice, but then follows it up with an inaccurate move, knight to h6. It's clear what she wants, knight to f5, but apparently the engine says this isn't going to work out the way you want it, and maybe white can stop this knight f5 plan. I don't know if bishop d3 is the move, because I know c5 is on tap, but knight h6 is not loved by our Silicon friend.
And bishop d3 is on the board, but apparently Lawrence did rush it. Now Polina has the perfect opportunity to push c5, and she does. And one of the issues for Lawrence is that after knight c6, if you bring your knight out to f3, which looks like it prevents everything, it yields the g4 square to black's knight. So Polina might have originally intended knight f5, but the way that the game is unfolding, I think that knight is going to find a really effective home on g4, and that's the issue with these lines in which you overextend yourself, Robert. The bishop is going to come out to c5. You can get steamrolled off the board here if you're not careful. And I already dislike the way that things are going here for Lawrence.
I dislike them too, because the bishop on e3 is under attack. You move it, you lose c5, then f2 is vulnerable. You're pointing all the right directions for Polina, and I don't see how white gets similar play. So you know what I might do here? I might say, look, I don't want to give up my bishop on an open board, but I'll play queen to, say, d2, or queen to e2. I'm not sure what the better square is. And once you capture me on e3, I'll take back with my queen. I'll castle queenside, and I will have play against the black king, because, Danya, where is Polina going to castle?
Great call, and I think more generally, good players, they have the ability to acknowledge when things are going wrong and then to find the lesser evil, right? You're not going to like anything, but you have to find a practical option that gives you double-edged play. You can't just stubbornly keep going down the path that you're going. That's how you lose games in 15 moves. Polina actually refrains from taking on e3. She believes in the power of her knight. She's got another opportunity to take on e3, and I would take it. I would take on e3 and take on c5 and bank on my bishop pair and quickly try to develop the queenside attack.
And Lawrence, he is a strong player. He doesn't immediately recapture. He was checking out f takes e3. That would have looked bad for the pawn structure, but who cares about being aesthetically pleasing? If it was objectively a good decision, why not look at it? So instead he plays queen takes e3. That looks normal. Bishop takes c5 is coming. I wonder why Polina is slowing down. Is there d4 somehow for black with tactics?
Oh, d4, knight d4, bishop c5. And if white's king were on b1, that knight would have been able to escape through c6 or even through b3. But in this situation, bishop takes queen is going to come with a check. So Polina definitely calculating d4. I think you can sense the wheels turning. Instead, she plays queen takes c5, and she's shown a predilection for going into these endgames, taking the sharp middle game into quieter territory, and Lauren says no.
Why would he trade? Look at the development. Black's rooks not connected. The queen on f4 aiming at the f7 pawn. Knight g5 coming next. So maybe black will have to castle queenside, but that does throw away that very important pawn on f7, because once f7 drops, e6 might be next. And I feel like black will struggle to complete her development.
And Lawrence has to decide, is he going to take on f7 immediately, or is he going to try to pick up that pawn with his knight? Knight g5 is, to my eyes, the most tempting move. But Polina could actually bring her bishop out, and if you play knight takes f7 and get excited about the fork, black is going to bring one of his rooks, her rooks, to f8 in order to pin the knight to the queen. So things are getting very complicated, very irrational here, and Lawrence is the one still, I think, that has to tread more carefully.
Trent more carefully indeed, because rook d to f8, that's going to pin the knight on f7. I did that for you, buddy. As we see, Polina's rating over 100 points higher than Lawrence's in FIDE Classical Chess, and rook f8 played. Danya, do you have to play a move like bishop g6? But if you do that, you have protected your knight. That's the good news. But black can slide the knight back to d8, increasing the firepower aimed at that pin knight on f7, and you're supposed to pile pressure on the pin piece, and after knight d8, then bishop e8, and are you actually able to keep that knight on f7?
I hate these situations from the white perspective, because this knight is eternally pinned. The only way that you're going to unpin it, well, either you're going to pile up the defenders, which in this case is impractical, or you have to find some tactical way to distract black's attention, and apparently the only way to do that is to exploit the alignment of the queen and the rook, and Lawrence finds the best move, rook h3, setting up the devilish threat of knight takes d5 when the rook occupies the knight's parking spot and pins the king. So maybe for Polina, she wants to move her king, slide it over to b8, but that moves the king right into the line of fire of the queen, and knight takes d5 might still be an option. Reminds me of the time, Robert, that Polina's mom got mad at her when she came back from the party because she got into bed without taking her Shuvalova off.
That was absolutely horrible, but what wasn't horrible was rook h3. Good spot by Lawrence. That is a brilliant move. Like, I think that without rook h3, the position was falling apart, and now he's actually much better, says the engine, because knight takes d5 with rook c3 to follow. But doesn't black get like 2 minor pieces and a rook for the queen?
Yeah, we've just got complete porridge on the board here. Yeah, knight takes d5, e takes d5. The best move in that position might actually be some sort of computerish retreat to f5 in order to unpin the knight. Let's not forget that the rook on h8 is also hanging. It's very hard to notice that. But you're right, Robert. Your point is well taken. If you take and play rook c3, I think Polina's just going to grab the rook, grab the knight, and she's going to have 2 minor pieces and a rook for the queen. Now, will white have an attack in the ensuing position? Maybe, maybe not. I think that's what Polina's trying to, that's what Lawrence is trying to assess right now.
And Lawrence, you can see him, he put his hand over his eyes. He is calculating. The wheels are turning. He is trying to make knight takes d5 work. There are alternatives in this position. You want to take your own knight on c3. That's the main point. If the rook slides over there, the queen and king are on the same line that will win the queen. So knight e4 becomes an option. Knight takes d5 is one that we've been mentioning. Perhaps there's an alternative that doesn't involve this pin on the c file. Maybe there is something else. I don't quite see it, Danya. I guess queen g4 d4 comes to mind with a sack on d5 next. But he goes knight takes d5 right away. Can't blame him.
Not the surprising move. I'm just very curious what his follow-up is going to be. I feel like he's going to go rook c3. I think that white's attacking chances should, at the very least, compensate for all of the material that black will produce for the queen. I just don't see Lawrence playing a move like bishop f5 check. Yeah, rook c3 on the board. And Polina is very likely going to snap that rook off in order to also damage white's pawn structure and give her some longer-term chances against white's king. And then after bishop f7, a very difficult position to evaluate.
I would rather have black for sure, though, because I like the number of pieces that black has. I think that black's king actually will become safer in the next few moves, because what black will have, especially if white takes on f7, you have a knight, a bishop, and a rook for a queen. The extra pawns for white, they don't feel that important in the current position. I'm looking first and foremost at king safety. That's paramount in speed chess. Danya, the king on c1, now that you have those double pawns in front of it, and Lawrence actually made a mistake on the very first move as I was talking.
And look at the way that Polina's pieces are suddenly all perfectly coordinated. I think Lawrence is banking on the pin. After bishop e6, he wants to take on e6 and play queen g4. But that rook on h8, which has laid dormant this entire game, it can actually move up to h6, guarding the knight laterally. The rook on h6 will be completely unassailable, and I think Polina is taking over this game. As the clock dwindles down, it's much harder to play the side that has the queen. How easy is it to miss some sort of bishop a3 check, rook f4? Black's pieces are rearing to take over the initiative.
I'm playing rook f4 right now. I'm staring at the h4 pawn, but also at the queen side where white's king is sitting not very pretty. So I'm with you. Ooh, I wasn't thinking about getting greedy right now, but it makes perfect sense. She wants to kind of first-rank checkmate with bishop a3 check, but apparently that is not the best move, and we're going to see mistakes. They're both down under a minute, Danya.
We're going to see both players just throwing all of their chips into the center of the pot, hunting for the opposing king. But this knight on e6 is currently the hero of black's position because it's guarding the c7 square, which means even if Lawrence puts a rook on d7, that move doesn't come with as much firepower as it may seem. I still like the look of rook f4. I would try to toss this queen out of its active post. You could also try to get the other rook into the game, but then the knight on e6 loses a very important defender.
I like rook f4 just to protect the knight. Rook f8, it's a defensive move. The engine may not love it, but it makes perfect sense. And if you like it, you better put a rook on it. The 7th rank does seem like it's white's for the taking.
Rook c8, and I think rook c7 is going to be almost pre-moved by Polina, who benefits in the event of the rook trade. Well, obviously the heat is taken off of black's king, but the same also goes for white's king. Maybe, I don't know, rook c7 seems automatic to me.
She plays rook c7. If the rook is captured, that knight can take, and don't forget about rook sliding b6 at some point. Actually, this was the better capture because there was queen g8 check with g7 being loose, and all of black's pieces are safe and sound right now. Look at white's pawns. There are 6 of them. I think that's hard to count, but there are 6 pawns for white, only 3 for black, but it doesn't even look like white has a single extra pawn.
6 pawns, yeah, if you can even count these c and h and a pawns as a pawn. And this game might end in a draw simply because I don't see any easy way for either side to make. As long as Lawrence doesn't give away any of his pawns, I don't think Polina's going to take too many risks as she's up by 1 as she's playing with black.
She's also under 10 seconds, and Lawrence is playing with this very quickly. If she wants to play for win, she needs to get her bishop lined up against the e5 pawn and then move her knight somewhere, maybe even back to d8, but that loses sight of the pawn. That is a clear mistake, and now the g7 pawn is protected by a bishop.
Does Lawrence think the knight is hanging or something? That was a huge pawn. That was the most important pawn in white's position, but Polina down to a second. Watch the clock.
Knight c7 check. Okay, go. She needs to move that knight somewhere, anywhere.
And she does.
And bishop f6, she's protecting everything. Here comes rook h8.
I thought she could have taken these h-pawns. Instead, she's going after white's king.
Can't really blame her. And h6 at some point is going to be a tricky move, and right now is the threat.
And h6, g takes h6. I think she can get away with it. Lawrence now creates a passer, and that passer could potentially win the game for white. This is a 3-result game now.
It is, and the good news for black, all of her pieces are defended. She's not hanging. Oh, queen d4!
Queen d4!
Oh, my goodness!
And that's what happens when your rook gets undefended. Lawrence wasn't paying attention to it.
He saw it, though, right after he moved. He clearly was upset at himself.
She had 0.3 seconds when she made the move.
0.2, she blunders all her pieces.
Literally all of them with... Oh, he doesn't take the knight.
A A strange decision, but he wins on time. So Polina is struggling when she's on her waning seconds.
That was a heartbreaker because of the way that she handled those complications, Robert. She did such a good job of disarming Lawrence's initiative in the middle game. She got all of her pieces undefended squares. She went for the win, but she just got nervous, as you said, with only a couple of seconds. And Lawrence is really good at that. He was holding about 10, 12 seconds on his clock, and that makes it a completely different experience because then you can always pause for 4 or 5 seconds in a critical moment.
He's also getting good at the celebratory fist pump. He was doing that against Kostya in the group stage when he felt like he overcame a tremendous hurdle. And right now we see this position in an even match. It's early stages. I don't really mind the opening that much. I don't think White has an advantage here, but it's not just about now. White wants to control the e4 and e5 squares, and Lawrence says, hey, if you're going to dilly-dally, I am going to challenge your setup. As you had a bishop on f4, give me the f4 square. Knight f4 becomes an idea for black.
For sure. And that is precisely why Polina develops her knight to the seemingly more passive square on e2 in order to keep this knight at bay. Lawrence, again, showing a tendency to go into these IQP positions, but pretty uncontroversial, Robert, I think, to say that this isolated queen pawn position is night and day better for black than the one in the French. And not because White doesn't control the square in front of the pawn. She does, and she's just put a bishop on it. It's just that black's pieces are a lot better coordinated, and White's knights, and in general, White's piece coordination is a little bit more shoddy.
I don't know if Lawrence loves the IQP positions. He has been spending time when he gets it. He also didn't look particularly thrilled. I just tend to like the promise of the position for White. Even though right now, objectively, black is totally fine, I find plans harder to execute. When you have an isolated queen pawn, you're always looking at it out of the corner of your eye like, hey, can you actually get a friend next to you so they can protect the pawn? I don't want to have my queen defending the pawn. I don't want a bishop on e6, and he's not getting a bishop on e6. Done that. Bishop f5. I love the activity here. This is clearly a better version than in that previous game.
White's queen is almost out of squares. Polina has to decide between queen b5 and queen f3. Queen b5 might allow Lawrence to slide his queen up to c6. And in the event that the queens are off the board, not only will black no longer have an isolated pawn, but this bishop from f5 is going to threaten the incredibly nasty bishop d3. White's experiencing some major just logistical problems with piece coordination here.
This looks terrible for White because what she ideally wants to get. Oh, and he doesn't play queen c6, so he gives up the d5 pawn, and he doesn't have bishop d3 right away. He might play rook d8. But does that actually work? I mean, there are so many tactics in this position. The queen can always slide back to f3 there to protect the e2 square. I feel like Paulina's getting away with it.
Yeah, queen takes d5 I think has to be played. If you're already playing queen b5, having said A, you have to say B. Queen b3 doesn't make much sense just because, I mean, at least you might as well suffer for a pawn. Now, after queen takes d5, one of the most tempting tactics, Robert, is rook takes e2 and knight f4. The issue is that it doesn't pick up the entire rook on e2. White can slide back to f3, and I agree. I think Polina might be getting away with this, and if Lawrence doesn't prove anything concrete, he is going to end up a pawn down, and we've seen a game like that before.
There is something that he has available to him, but you can't stop calculating, which is what I did. So I'm admitting that in that variation, rook e2, knight f4, that black knight will fork the queen of rook, the queen has to slide back for white, that once everything gets traded on e2 and on d4, exactly, that's the soft point in White's position. The black queen will slide in to start posing problems, and he goes for this variation. Credit to Lawrence Trent. He is finding good tactical shots. It was given a brilliancy. It's a great decision from him.
Great spot by you. Queen f3 is absolutely forced here. There's no other way that you're going to get the knight back in exchange for the rook. And I'm not going to put these moves on the board because Lawrence is going to do us that service. At this point, he's got no choice. He can take on d4 first. He can take on e2 first. But everything hinges on his ability to find that queen infiltration at the end of the line. Likely, Robert, he's going to win back the b2 pawn, and he's going to get a really, really nice 2-on-1 majority on the queen side. I think he's got pretty good chances to win this game if he can find queen c2. And he did. He found all of those moves.
He goes down the line, and I would say that White Black has good chances to win because of the loose pawns, but also pretty good chances to lose. You don't have defenders in front of your king. So, for example, queen e3, at some point my queen goes out to h6, my knight joins the party, and I go deliver checkmate on that flank. So, this I don't like. Okay, I would rather be down a pawn with activity than even in material, and here I feel like Black has many choices. He might want a bishop on d5 or rook on c8, and the queenside pawns are going to push.
Man, Lawrence grabbed that queen faster than you grabbed the last chocolate chip cookie in the box, and this just gives him a completely risk-free position. It's never a two-result game entirely because it's blitz, but it's as close as it's going to get. The pawn on d4, completely restrained. It's not about who creates the passed pawn first. It's about whose passed pawn is of greater value. And it's kind of ironic, Robert, that when all is said and done, it's actually Polina who has the IQP and who's saddled with weaknesses on both sides of the board. Lawrence is going after the a4 pawn.
Says, I'm going to grab that. There's nothing you can do to defend it. I think what Polina has to rely on is her own passed pawn somehow. Rook b2 doesn't help. Black plays bishop d5, protecting the b7 pawn, blockading the passer, attacking the knight on f3 all at once. And many of those endgames will be bad. So I feel like for Polina, maybe the move knight g5, just go after that bishop and try to get some activity.
Knight g5, maybe rook e5 and d5. You're taught in most endgames to put the rook behind the pawn, but this is an exception to the rule. You pointed it out, Robert. Rook d2 together with rook b2, not dangerous because Black's bishop just entrenches itself on d5. And I think I've wrung out that sponge. It's like when you throw the sponge away and you've pushed it in opposite directions so many times that it's not collecting any water anymore. Rook e5 has been found by Polina.
Great find by her. The engine
where does he go?
Up to f5, but the engine's starting to say that white is actually the side potentially for Trent. d6 threatens rook takes f5 with d7 to follow.
Ooh. And here's the problem. If Lawrence tries to get his rook behind White's pawn, White's going to beat him to the punch. Rook d5 and knight e5, and suddenly White's pieces are so well coordinated.
This is unbelievable. And if you go king f8, that does stop these rook sacrifice on f5, but after king f8, rook e7 with knight g or e5 to follow, I'm starting to get worried about Lawrence's chances here. He could actually face an attack.
Although I'm going to take my hat off, he paused at the right moment. King f8 was the only move that keeps the balance. Now, Polina might actually be helping him get the bishop onto a safer square. Bishop e6, and then Lawrence is going to be only a couple moves away, maybe like 1 or 2 moves away from fully restraining the d6 pawn.
But I see what she wants. She wants knight to g5. After the bishop goes to e6, she wants to take on e6. But a major problem is that if Lawrence refrains from playing king to e8 after knight g5, I think that would be the instinctive move, that you just want to get your king in front of the pawn. I actually think that allows it a quick draw. But if Black instead plays b5 here, noticing that after knight takes bishop, pawn takes, rook takes e6, we may have even material, but it's not an even game. He plays rook a2, going after the soft f2 point. The engine doesn't love it. I do understand it, but it probably allows White to successfully liquidate it at the stage.
Yeah, and one of the most instructive tactics in any like rook and knight versus rook and bishop endgame, when you're the side of the rook and bishop, you have to watch tactics such as rook takes c6. So I think Lawrence is trying to put his rook behind White's pawn. He's trying to play with an abundance of caution, and if he did it in this position, we don't need an analysis board. I'm just going to really quickly show that rook takes c6 would have led directly to a knight fork against the king and the rook. So that's why Lawrence is getting the rook away from the knight's line of fire. At the same time, how is he going to make progress if White just takes twice on e6?
Well, she doesn't want the e6 pawn just yet. Now she is going to go for it. She has to after rook to d2. And I don't know what she's thinking about here. Like, you simply must take on e6. And she goes knight e4.
No, there's no way that works. Now the knight is just stuck defending the pawn, and the pawn definitely isn't going anywhere.
I'm very shocked by that decision because she was worried about the 2 on none on the queen side. I get why that would be concerning. Is she dreaming of a checkmate? Like king g5, king f6, and something like that?
How many moves do you need to even set up a mate threat? And if anybody gets checkmated, if Black plays a move like h6, it actually could have been White.
Wait a second. If you swap rooks and play knight f6, The black king doesn't get any closer to the pawn. H7 is loose, and the white king goes up to E5 and maybe over to the queen. If that king gets to C7, like if you just go through the dark squares, white could actually win that position.
Oh, absolutely. There are what's called trousers pass pawns on either side of the board, which could overwhelm white's pieces. And Polina has no choice. She can't decline the rook trade, and she goes for it. Knight F6, you have to try it. It's your only chance. You need 2 pass pawns in order to overwhelm black's forces. Does she start with king E5, though?
I'm with you. I was saying I am not taking that pawn. She puts king E5. She wants king D4, king C5. If she can get the king over there, she even has a shot. But black does have this B6 pawn push to keep the white king out.
What? I wouldn't have done that, Robert. I was about to... Oh! He's going the wrong way. Why not king D8?
He just grabbed his head after he quickly went to G7. I don't think he's happy about it, but D7
Go back to F8.
You have to go back to F8. And if you're Polina, don't go knight H7. That was a bad decision. She's going for it, and now I think Lawrence is going to win.
And the whole reason the black couldn't make progress there, Robert, was because the knight and the pawn combined forces to keep black's king away from white's pawn. Anytime you would go king G7, white would respond with D7. Now the king is on a perfect spot, but it's still not easy to win this if Polina starts going after black's pawns.
And that bishop is on the wrong diagonal with an A pawn. So if white can grab B, F, G, and H and give up the knight, that's immediately a draw. Something to keep in the back of your mind, everybody, that the light square bishop doesn't match the A1 square.
Very important point. And Lawrence trying to maneuver and get his pieces to the right squares. Now that bishop on D5, it guards the F7 pawn. Polina trying to eliminate all of black's kingside pawns, but I don't think she's going to make it. The black king is just too active.
Yeah, that black king can go in either direction. It's going to go after the king side over here. I mean, F3 is a nice square for it. And I just think there's no hope because that knight cannot take on B5.
And Polina biding her time, but now she's going to lose the F pawn as well. And 3 pawns down. There's no way that you're getting to any of black's pawns. Bishop C4. And Lawrence will send his F-pawn down the board. And a big, big win in that endgame. A frustrating game for Polina, who had her chances, but again, maybe got a little bit too low on the clock.
That's been her problem today, is she's been playing very well in large stretches. But then when she's under 15, 10 seconds, she's been a bit of a mess. And so we know she's a great bullet player, but she has struggled mightily when she has just a few seconds on her clock. So Lawrence, he needs to capitalize, continue to do so. I don't love this opening from the white side. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird... I don't even know what to compare it to. You get these structures out of the French sometimes. This originated out of a Caro-Kann. White's position feels a little bit passive to me. And let me ask the forbidden question, Robert. I haven't had my breakfast. Clearly, Polina did. Was there anything wrong with just bishop F3 and knight E5?
Clearly not. Bishop F5. And look at her. She recognized it just there. She's like, why didn't I take that central pawn?
She just forgot about it.
She's laughing. She's like, what am I doing?
And instead, she dropped her bishop back. Now, much like in the previous game where Polina went knight H7 and knight back to F6, maybe she goes back to G4, but Lawrence is not going to give you that chance twice.
Of course not. The rook can slide to E1 to help defend that pawn on E5. So she is not thrilled about what she did. I think bishop G6 does make sense given her previous move. And now, isn't black threatening H5 and maybe H4, just throwing pawns forward on that flank?
Yeah, I like that idea. H5, very appealing. When there is a knight on G3, this is a very typical idea in Polina. She finds it. Lawrence drops back to E2. Trying to reroute the knight to F4, Robert, but if Polina gets her bishop out, G5 is going to come with great effect, and white's knights are just stumbling and bumbling around while black is expanding on the king side.
You're laughing at the knights. I'm laughing at the bishop on F1. Can hardly call that a bishop. Here comes G5, and G4 actually threatens to win a pawn, but she says, you're not getting anything on the queen side. Let me control the B4 square. That's your only break. And Lawrence is desperately trying to make something happen on that side of the board. For example, queen D7, maybe there will be B4 available to white. So you have to be a bit careful if you're Polina. The D3 pawn is poisoned right now. Bishop takes D3, by knight E takes D4. There are tactics available, so don't get greedy. Your position is wonderful.
Rook A6, Polina just making sure that her structure on the queen side is robust. She's guarding the D3, the C6 knight one more time. and she's putting the rook on a defended square so that b4 is never going to be a problem for black. Black can just recapture on b4 with a discovered attack against the queen. So, Robert, if the Benko Gambit idea doesn't work, then that begs the question, what is Lawrence's queen doing on a4, and how is he going to stop the progression of black's kingside pawns in the long run? I would start off with g5. I would get down to business before white's completed his development.
Well, I think we should get down to business and defeat the puns because, Danya, I'm sick of them, but I'm not sick of the moves you're suggesting. G5, G4 next, just blasting open the white king side. And I actually think that black should have an easy path towards that white king. There's very little that Lawrence can do to stop it, so he develops. But, Danya, isn't knight h6 with G4 to follow just incredibly direct?
I gotta ask you, though, did I make a pun with my last sentence? If so, it was unintentional.
I just, I just came to mind and I wanted to go with this. Sometimes that happens,
Unintentional? No, but I don't know what I said. What did I say when I said black gets down to business?
You didn't say anything. It just came to my mind and then I went with it. So now...
Oh, I see.
We both are clueless as to what the other person is thinking. That's good. We're going to keep each other on our toes. But look at this position. I feel like knight h6...
keeping white on our toes.
But is g4 a huge threat? And now it's not even possible because you drop a knight with check. So I feel like she let it stew a little bit too long, and now she might not get g4 at all.
Something feels a little bit off about the way that Polina has positioned her piece. She's not optimizing the power of the move g4, and now she'll have a hard time even getting that move in. Right now, she'll never get that move in because the g-pawn is gone. Lawrence is getting the other knight to f4. Robert, there is this massive threat of knight takes e6 check, and he can play it immediately. Knight e6 and knight f4.
That is nice because e6 is so tender.
Oh,
and he goes back instead, and that is not going to deliver the killer shot that he had. And I feel like white's king is the one that's in more danger, despite the fact that black's king has not castled.
Can I show that really quickly with an analysis board as Lawrence ponders his next move, which is likely to be knight f4. He gives a check on h6. But what was the tactic? It was knight e6 fe. Anytime the queen and the king are on forkable squares, you have to pay attention to that knight to f4, forking a fork. Black has to move her queen away, and after bishop takes d3, black's position is in complete shambles. Bishop f5, knight g6 is another fork. This would have been completely winning Robert. Big chance missed by Lawrence, but the fact remains, I still think that he's very, very happy at the way that the game has progressed in the last couple of moves.
Well, for sure. At least now he has activity of his own, and he made a move that is not liked by the engine, but I'm still with you, at least from a psychological standpoint. This at least looks double-edged. Before, it felt like black was having all the fun. So there, see bishop to d2. It's a retreating move, and, well, now all of a sudden his knight is out. I feel like it's turning.
Polina could have dropped her bishop to e4 there and kept the light squared bishops on the board. A light squared bishop would be such an important attacker here because otherwise the g2 pawn, that was once the main attackable weakness. Now that pawn is perfectly well protected by the knight. The king slides over to f1. Lawrence has a lot of ways that he can continue to coordinate his pieces. I would bring the queen up to c2, get the rook to d1, and eventually there will be some tactics in the center. I mean, black's position isn't entirely safe.
Is she going for queen b3? Some kind of clever way to trade the queens and soften up the defense of the c4 square? She answers the question with a resounding yes. Donna, do you like this decision from Polina?
Kind of. I think she's trying to change the trend of the game. Lawrence is sacrificing the c4 pawn with check. That is how much he believes in the power of his queen, and that is how much he wants to get to black's king and win this game. Interesting decision in the context of a blitz game, but I'm a little bit skeptical. I don't really know what his follow-up is going to be if Polina makes a move like king d7.
Or even brings the queen right back to b3 where it came from. The b2 pawn is loose. There will be some tactics in the f3 square because the rook on g8 pins that g2 pawn. So the queen on e4 is nicely centralized and it needs to remain there. She goes back to b5. She is attacking b2, defending everything near her king. It's given a question mark. I like it. Black still has the advantage according to the engine. But Danya, this is the type of position where, that's why the queen on b3 is better. It's stop knight d5.
And this is what Lawrence was doing in the group stage. These are the kinds of moves that he was finding regularly. And knight d5 isn't winning, but it creates at least the potential for tactical complications. It threatens a fork on c7, And Robert, e takes d5, I was going to say is out of the question. I think Polina wants to get a knight to e6 and blockade the e-pawn, but Lawrence can throw that pawn down to e6 and vacate the e5 square for his own knight.
E6 is brilliant because not only is black trying to blockade, rook a6 over to g6 is a huge threat as the g rooks barrel down against the white king. So e6 shuts off that 6th rank access. It attacks d5, as you said. It opens up the black king, and Lawrence, he's thinking, he's sweating. He is down to about a minute 40. Good news for him is Polina is also in some time trouble.
And this is where having time is a curse. I think Lawrence overthought it. In a bullet game, e6 would have been automatic. e6 is automatic. Again, you need to create for yourself the e5 square. That pawn is blocking all of your pieces. If you could play knight f3 takes e5, you would do it. e6 is as close as it comes to capturing your own pawn.
And after e6, pawn takes e6 is what makes it hard to play, and he goes for it. Very smart by Lawrence. And the point after pawn takes e6 is you have queen h7, and that's not just a good move, it's a saving move, because otherwise your g5 bishop is loose. So Polina takes here. I think that's a good decision. She gets another piece to the defense. She wants her rook to slide over to g6 at some point.
And you need to find queen h7. Again, you need to continue playing with tempo. A feeble move like queen f4 would give black the tempo that she needs in order to consolidate. And queen takes e6. I think Lawrence is losing hope in his position prematurely. Queen takes e6, queen h7, queen g6 is going to force the queens off the board and lead to a winning endgame for black.
And now, with the black king still in the center, it looks dangerous. And he wants to move the queen, like you said, to h7 and go rook e1. But queen g6 quickly offers the queen trade. Lawrence is not happy with his decision. He's going for this line. But I do think that queen g6 results in a position where black is up. Is it 2 pawns? It looks like 3 almost.
I mean, it looks like a million, but the problem is this big pawn phalanx in the center. This is the move that Lawrence had to avoid. As long as the black queen was on d7, the effectiveness of the queen sally to h7 was increased. Now, you don't even get the exchange for it. Queen g6, rook e1, no problem. Black can cover this with rook e6. Position is essentially resignable.
He had the right first step, but couldn't continue correctly. And for Polina, we saw the engine saying that white was better, but it wasn't a huge, overwhelming advantage. It was really complicated. So she's put up some good defense in this game. Some missteps for sure, but she has been the more accurate player, and that's why she has a 2-pawn lead right now. Lawrence going all in, and it's not going to pay off.
Yeah, rook e6. Of course, I would continue playing. I would take on h4 and hope that one day this h3 pawn causes black a headache, but black's pawns are going too fast and furious.
It's only a 1-pawn lead for black, but it feels like more because the pawns aren't in the same lines, right? There are 3 extra passed pawns on the queen side over there. Gosh. She's not moving them yet. She's bringing her king up. But Danya, how tempted would you be to play b5 and c4 and d4 and just all those pawns going forward?
And just as tempted as Polina is, and just to get back to the fact that black is only up a pawn, it's like those illusions that you can look up on Google where you have 2 lines and you can swear that the lines are of different sizes because of the perspective, but in fact the lines are the same size. How is black only up a pawn here? I would consider getting the knight to e4, but this is the last hurdle, Robert. Knight c5 blunders the d4 pawn, and the b5 pawn might fall after that. So Polina still has some work to do. Maybe she needs to get her up this night. She's got the time to do that.
I think she must do that because otherwise, how does she make progress? There's no b4.
Exactly.
White can just take.
Whoa,
she
does that
goes
work?
For it.
BC. Oh, BC was wrong. He should have played king takes d3.
King takes d3. Yes, but this is wonderful stuff. What she's demonstrating is class. An outside pass pawn has sprung free, so she went from being up 2 pawns. Then now she's actually down material, if I'm counting correctly. Oh, suddenly it's even again by material, but she has too many runaways.
Don't worry, she's going to be up material pretty soon. Just about now. She's going to be up a lot of material.
A1 equals queen can be pre-moved, so Polina Shuvalova will tie this match up. It is 3 games per side, and Danya, this is about to be our final game of the longest time control.
Honestly, very high-level chess so far. Both opponents have had their moments in the sun. That was a great game by Polina, a confidence booster by Polina, and now it's Lawrence's turn to play the Caro-Kann. We have seen this particular line time and time again. I think that Lawrence should consider the move f6, at least the way that this line was taught to me. Knight d2 is a mistake because black can quickly expand in the center, but Lawrence, he's been putting the knight on f6 instead and playing this more conventionally.
If this were classical chess, Lawrence could slow down and think about that f6 push, but he's just relying on what he knows, what's typically played in these variations. And, well, Lawrence, he has scored 2 of his 3 points with the black pieces. He has the black pieces once more, a solid setup, but this has shades of the 2023 World Championship match, Danya. I think that Dingley Ren would like to see this position from the white side.
Oh, he most certainly would. And Lawrence preparing to push b5. This is also what Nepo did in that game. Or no, Nepo might have played the move b6, but he introduced some weaknesses on the queen side that were perfectly, very, very technically punished by Ding. I think we might see Polina doing something similar, Robert. Knight b3, a5, and really clamping down on those dark squares on the queen side.
And that seems to be a great plan for white. Take and play a5. It's just easier to play, I imagine. And I want to take a moment here, I don't usually do this, to get chat involved. It's 3-3 right now. We have a tied match once more. Earlier, many of you were saying that Polina was the favorite. What do you think now that Lawrence is putting up a great fight? He is going toe-to-toe. He's every bit Polina's equal to this point. So, Danya, knight against bishop. The eval bar says equal. Do you believe that, or do you think one side has an easier path forward?
I think white is slightly better here for 2 main reasons. The first is the ineffectiveness of this bishop. It's, to borrow our favorite phrase, biting on granite. And that is why Lawrence is trying to deflect white's attention by creating counterplay on the queen side. But look how deftly Polina is guiding her knight to c2. She prevents b4, but the downside of this plan for white is that it's pretty passive. And if I'm Lawrence, I'm finding employment for my bishop. I'm bringing it back to f8. It can be hard to do that, but once the queen drops back, if you can push b4, much like in the Queen's Gambit, Robert, this type of minority attack can be really, really effective if you can disjoint white's pawns.
There is a cheeky tactic with knight b4 to a6 at some moment. You have to be careful about that. If you're Lawrence, it's not going to work. I would not play knight b4 because it actually welcomes bishop f8 attacking that knight. So first queen d2 is played. She is aiming at that b4 square and plays it herself. And Danya, I was going to say, look at Lawrence's face. He can't believe it. But as you just drag that knight forward, if she can regroup that knight e1 to d3 to c5 or a1 to b3 to c5, she needs to get it there. That takes a lot of effort because black can put all of his firepower against that c3 pawn.
That's exactly right. And the problem isn't that Polina can't defend c3. She can. She's going to play rook a3 and then rook e3. But look what happens after that. If you put your rooks on the third rank, putting the knight on b3 blocks one of the rooks. Putting the knight on d3 blocks the other one. So white's going to get into a situation where her knight is unable to reach the promised land on c5. Chess is such an interesting game. Like the placement of one piece, the fact that one tempo is what's lacking and what's costing white completely changes the evaluation. It's such a concrete game, but I think Polina remains solid here.
And there's another way she can go about this. Queen to b2, rook to c2, then knight to d3. But then that bishop on f8 can go to g7 to try to take on d4. There will be tons of tactics if all these pieces are lined up on the c file. So you're right that one piece makes all the difference. And if that knight gets to c5, we're not even talking about advantage. We're talking about like a nearly winning position for white. So black needs to be very careful because another idea that comes to mind is pawn h4, pawn h5, just to soften up the defense over there on the king side. And no way. G5.
This is Lawrence Trent in a nutshell. G5, Lawrence striking at the other side of the board and saying, while you're distracted guarding the c3 pawn, let me pave open the king side and use my bishop to its fullest potential.
Wow. And it goes to show, Danya, knight d3 would be an excellent move, but it drops the c3 pawn. No can do. So you can't get that knight forward. Maybe knight g2, but that's a passive setup. That's not why we played b4 and our rooks on the third rank. So Lawrence, he takes that swig of water. It is the final game of the 5+1. Both sides have more than 3 minutes remaining. I like black's position all of a sudden.
I love the move g5. Bishop h6 occurred to me in order to provoke the weakness of f4, but now Lawrence uses that pawn hook so expertly to get his bishop open. Rook f3, Polina kind of biting the bullet here and keeping the f-pawn intact. Her position is on the verge of collapse. At the same time, Lawrence also just doesn't have that one remaining piece. Imagine if he had a knight on e4, what that would create.
He also doesn't have a next move, and that's why she played knight g2. The pawn on f4 could have been captured. That would have hurt her pawn structure. Instead, she wants to take back on f4 with her knight, and then the black king is starting to feel like it's in some danger. That rook on a3 is not just a defensive piece. Same with the rook on f3. They're defending the c3 pawn, but also on open lines. I like what you're pointing out, Danya. I think e5 is a good shot. It protects the bishop on h6. It also threatens the exchange in the center, and we know bishops prefer open space. So I love that choice of e5.
Very high potential that this position completely spins out of control. I think if black plays e5, things are going to get ultra tactical. It's still anybody's game. I think you called it. The black king, it may look safe right now, but if the king side opens up, if white plays knight takes f4, let's also not sleep on the rook on a3. It is on an open file, so in some distant future, if black's rook moves away from the 8th rank, watch out for either a rook infiltration to the 7th rank or a nasty check on a8. So definitely not a one-sided position, and I think Lawrence is investing all of his energy to try to assess the move e5. I would play it. I think e5 is a good opportunity for black to create favorable tactical complications.
One of the big questions that Lawrence is undoubtedly asking is, if white had a free turn, is knight takes f4 actually available? Because black may take with the bishop on f4, and if white takes with the rook on f4, the c3 pawn is loose. So Lawrence is trying to calculate these variations right now. e5 is a committal move. It's a big decision, opening up the center, and he is not taking it lightly. He does go for e5, done it. It's a great call by you. It's a great choice by Lawrence. And now Polina, she needs to use time as her ally. She is well ahead in the clock.
And I was not expecting this. Lawrence fakes her out. He says, queen takes e5. Nope, just kidding. I'm going to get the queen on the other diagonal, the one that was just opened up by white's last move. But my question is, can Polina get away with queen d4? Very scary move to play because of how weak the queen's support is. But clearly you can't get away with a queen sack. That there's no follow-up there. I think queen d4 is going to lead to an endgame. In that endgame, black's rooks are going to be more active. The c-pawn is still going to be a weakness, but I think that white might be able to hold things together with accurate play.
She goes for queen f2 because she didn't want to calculate her pawns and dark squares against a dark squared bishop. So queen to f2, it does make a lot of sense. If the queen trade happens, the king joins the party. This is an endgame after all. And my question for not just you, for everybody, for Polina, for Lawrence, those b5 and d5 pawns, are they weaker than c3 and the e5 pawn on the dark squares?
Well, it depends entirely on whether Lawrence will be able to use his bishop to its fullest capacity. In the not-so-distant future, when he plays f takes g3, there is the super tempting idea of bishop d2. If the bishop can get to d2 and start chomping away at white's pawns, then there's the answer to your question. If white can beat black to the punch and get her own rook to d3, that creates a different situation. Lawrence, though, look at how with the dynamism with which he's playing this game is pretty breathtaking. But is this actually good objectively?
Well, look at that featured chat by Extreme Dota. Lawrence is creating all the complications. That was featured at the exact right moment. D4, that was Lawrence's choice. He wants to open up the c-file for his rooks. The b4 pawn will be lonely. I love this decision because if the pawn takes d4, rook c2 check, the white king is forced back to the first rank. There could be a ladder checkmate at some point. Danya, I do not envy the task for Polina Shuvalova. I would definitely take black here.
Every time it seems like she closes the door on the complications, Lawrence finds a new way to blast the position open, literally and figuratively. The verve with which he's been playing is really, really impressive. I think Polina has to take on d4. I'm really not sure what she's thinking about. As scary as it is to allow rook c2, it's a little bit scarier to allow a passer to reach c3.
You simply cannot allow black to play dc3. She's also down to 50 seconds. Polina, you have to move. She would have played c takes d4 in a heartbeat had this been a bullet game. I think she's expending too much time. We've seen her struggle when she has limited time on the clock.
And she's allowed a pawn to get to c3. She was afraid of getting mated there, but this is so much worse after bishop f8. Lawrence is just going to get connected passers on the queen side. But he's played c2.
This is undoubtedly what she was calculating and what Lawrence went for a natural plan. He's going after the f4 pawn, but after king g3, doesn't white have knight e3, rook f2 to follow? She goes towards the center. Can't really blame either player for the mistakes they're making, but Donna, it does feel like black up a pawn with that passer should have good chances to win.
and Lawrence is just going to mow down the rest of White's kingside pawns if Polina moves either her knight or her rook away. She's just overextended. Either you have to give away potentially all 3 of your kingside pawns, or you have to allow the b pawn to advance forward. Lawrence just a couple of accurate moves away, and rook d1 ends the game. That's it.
Oof. That is that. You can't stop either a rook loss or you allow a queen to appear on the board. So this is a win for Lawrence. The last game of the 5+1, he's nodding his head, he's pumping his fist. He might have just burped. He is full because he takes another game. He is leading this match by a point.
That was not just a high-quality game, but Lawrence controlled that game from the start to the finish. It was equal objectively for a long time, but it always felt like Polina was on the defensive. It always felt like Polina was the one solving the problems. I think Lawrence could not be happier with the outcome of the 5+1 match. But with that said, Robert, it's a 1-point match. This is going to be an awesome next 2 portions.
Nothing but respect for both of these fighters. And I think that, Danya, we should call them fighters because they have not had a single draw. It's teaching all the kiddies out there that you can play fighting chess no matter your level. And, well, speaking of the kids, and speaking of Chess Kid, you should join Chess Kid for the first ever Chess Kid National Festival. That's right. Join us in Charlotte, North Carolina for the first ever Chess Kid National Festival. Book your tickets right now for 4 days of festivities, including over-the-board tournaments and opportunities to meet special guests like GothamChess, who is in the finals here in the IMSCC, Fund Master Mike, Chief Chess Officer Danny Wrench, and Danya Naroditsky. The festival takes place February 16th to 19th, and we can't wait to see you there. Use the command festival in chat to learn more and register today, and we'll be right back after the short break. This is the Not a GM Speed Chess Championship.
That little girl is 8 and she's the strongest chess player of either sex in the world of her age. And she's just beaten me, and I'm an ex-British champion.
On a school day I would probably take an hour in the morning for chess, and then I would come back from school at around 4, and then I think I would do chess again up till like 8, 9 stuff, and then I would go to bed.
Typical day for me. Get up, have breakfast, go out, stagger out with my broken leg to the paper shop to get the papers, meet up with people for lunch or dinner, and in the evening I often play bridge matches. Well, my father taught me when I was about 8 or 9, and I read all the chess books in the Chelsea Public Library, and I got very interested.
One of my dad's friends was throwing away some stuff during COVID, and then inside there was a chessboard, and I was curious about the pieces, so then I watched videos on YouTube and Chess Kid, and I started learning.
I'm not thinking I'm going to suddenly improve and be back in the England team. No, I just do it for enjoyment.
I think my main goal is to become a grandmaster and then probably become women's world champion as well.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
You've seen the Speed Chess Championship. Now it's time for the rest of us to get a turn. With no grandmasters allowed, it's the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Watch your favorite chess personalities duke it out in Chess.com's exciting speed chess format. There will be brilliancies.
Levy stacking another pot. Bishop c3 and rook a1. No, rook a1.
There will be blunders.
No! No! He fell for it!
16 players are fighting for a chance at the 8-player knockout. See old rivalries.
This is how awful.
New foes. With a $15,000 prize pool, who will take home the crown this year?
And that is the match.
The IMSCC starts right now.
And we return to the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship with Lawrence Trent and a 4-3 lead over Polina Shuvalova. This is the semifinals. I'm Robert Hess alongside me, Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, it's been a very fun match. First, Lawrence won the first game, then Polina was able to strike back, but last was Lawrence, who ends up with a 1-point lead. It's been fun, and Polina, she's had a great year. She'll need to show that good chess to take down Lawrence Trent.
She needs to show some cross-pollination, and she did just that in the 2023 World Cup. She had a really solid Ross, knocking off multiple-time U.S. Women's Champion Irina Krush. Polina is over 2,500 FIDE, and it's not a question of if she's going to be a gem, it's a question of when, as we take a look at her 2023 World Cup run, one of many great tournament accomplishments that Polina's had over the last couple of years.
She was eliminated in the quarterfinals to Nurgul Salamova, who went all the way through to the last stage of the Women's World Cup, so no shame in that. Polina, she's been a star. She is a fantastic player, but right now she finds herself trailing by a point. So Danya, what does she need to do differently as we get into the shorter time controls?
I don't think that she needs to make any systematic adjustments. I think she's played fine. Her opening choices have been decent. The biggest individual concrete X factor has been her performance in time scrambles. I think maybe accelerating a little bit in situations where she can trust her intuition, that'll serve her well. But if Lawrence continues to thrive the way that he has in the opening and in time scramble situations, I think he's got a great chance in this match.
Half the time, I feel like Lawrence is freaking out, like he's worried, but he has been playing great chess. He's been finding fantastic tactics. His endgame technique in the first game was also exquisite, so he's doing well in all phases of the game. He leads 4-3 right now. It's a second consecutive semifinals appearance. And Danya, I'm just realizing that a year ago, they were both eliminated by the same player, none other than James Canty.
Yeah, James was an unstoppable force in the previous years. I Am Not a GM SCC, much like Lawrence Trent has been in this one. Okay, so we've got 3+1 to play. Obviously, we talk about it every time, Robert. Important for the players not to over-adjust. 3+1 is still a generous time control, and quality of moves is still a lot more important than overall speed.
Well, we have another advanced Caro-Kann, and we've seen these types of positions before from Lawrence, where he allows Polina to take control of the center. And that e5 pawn, it sticks out. Danya, he clearly looked at the opening line and improved with knight to e1.
And Polina, again, dropping her bishop back to f5. She did that last time, but last time she refrained from taking the pawn on e5. And we see h5 from Polina. The pawn, it looks untouchable, Robert, because of queen h4. So Lawrence continues to focus on his kingside development. And he's going to try to use some of these light squares in the center and establish a big presence.
I was wondering if he could have grabbed it after the bishop landed on e7. Chess is a game of nuances, but that's neither here nor there at this stage. Maybe in a future game, Lawrence can look at that. Right now, he's looking at the b4 pawn break. He likely will play a3, rook b1, bishop d2, and play it like a Benoni and go for a queenside expansion.
And there it is, bishop d2 completing his development. Polina just making sure that Lawrence doesn't get any thoughts in his head. But the drawback of these pawns, the square in between them, is always going to be weak. And I like the way that Lawrence is massaging these weak squares in the center and on the queen side. The knight is heading to b5, and the results of his labor, his opening preparation between the segments, I think is really paying off.
I am taking that knight on b4. I know Lawrence went queen e2 and the engine said, great move. I would take the knight because this is a closed position. I would prefer to have the knights rather than the bishops. And look at Polina. She takes on e4. Lawrence takes back. She stops the f5 pawn push. I'm not saying black is better, but I don't really dislike black's position at all.
Yeah, the knight on b5 looks really pretty. If white can keep getting things going on the queen side, then black might run into a situation where it's not so easy to determine a good spot for the king. If you go king side, you've got that pawn on h4 that's sticking out like a sore thumb. Great awareness, though, by Lawrence as he puts his rook on c1, making sure that that knight isn't able to reach that juicy outpost on e3.
That knight on b5 is so good for Lawrence. The bishop on e4, well positioned as well. Knight c6, I think it's a good retreat from Polina. She may be heading to a7 to flush that knight out of b5. Get out of here, says Polina. But the bishop on e4 is a superstar. It's aiming not just at the knight on f5, that can be captured at any moment, but the b7 pawn will also be tender.
I thought you were about to say flush that knight down the toilet, and I was like, man, that's pretty violent. You really don't like that knight on b5, do you? I think Polina has those violent thoughts in her mind right now. If she can get rid of that knight, later on in the game, she can actually use the queen side to her advantage. She could play a4, and she could start engineering some concrete play against the b3 pawn. But right now, she's got bigger fish to fry. She gets her king into the center. Can Lawrence prepare the move g4?
That would be a good idea for him going for an attack. I just feel like it's hard to make work because that knight on f5 as well as that pawn on h4, they stop that push from happening too quickly. And if you take on f5, black is not unhappy to take back either with the e-pawn, which looks weird taken away from the center, but then knight on c6 will reroute. So rook to b1, Lawrence focusing his attention on the queen side. Danya, I just want to note that Polina's up 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, she's doing a better job of managing her time in the early going. And queen to d8 as Polina masses her pieces on the king side. It's interesting that Lawrence played rook c1 to f1. I think he was flirting with the idea of opening up the king side. But now that Polina has positioned a rook on h8, that's all that she wants. If white plays g4, I feel like that's unthinkable. After the en passant, the rook is going to get to h3. He waits for me to say it, and then he plays it. Really, Riley.
I am shocked because it just feels like, oh, he missed that move. He missed rook h3 somehow, going right after his g-pawn. He shakes his head, but now the second rook joins the party on h8. What he has to do after black recaptures, it doesn't matter which way, king g2, rook h1, and trade off all the rooks.
And Lawrence is lucky that he has this operation to get the rooks off the board. If this didn't work tempo for tempo, black would have just massacred him down the h-file. The fact that the rooks are well coordinated, I think give him just enough defensive activity here to get all the rooks off the board and maybe draw the game, although there's plenty of chess left to be played. I'll point out that Polina took on f5 with the e-pawn, creating an e6 stronghold that she could occupy with the knight. But the flip side, Robert, is that white can now infiltrate d5 with his queen.
Well, she goes queen c8. She doesn't want to move her knight just yet because the a5 pawn is loose. Let's not forget about that. If you play knight d8 too quickly, you'll drop that pawn. But queen h5, she is trying to get into Lawrence's position. She can swap queens and then probably just play b6. I don't really see how either side wins that position, but she might be playing for more.
Yeah, it's hard to say if she didn't trade queens because she wants to win this game or if there was something in that minor piece endgame that worried her. If I had to choose a side, I would probably choose white just because the knight is so cool on d5. It was amazing on b5 too, but look at Polina poking and prodding at the queen side. a4, But that's a very risky decision, Robert. That's still a pawn.
I don't actually understand it, because now that Lawrence was able to take the pawn, he doesn't have any weaknesses in his position. A5 can be played by white at some point. You might just throw that pawn away, jettison it with a pawn push down the board, because the bishop on d8, I feel like that bishop is overloaded, trying to safeguard the queen side, but also covering that f6 square.
And black is already hanging on a thread. Polina is relying on tactics in order to protect the b7 pawn. The move queen b3 would have run into queen to h5. We saw that technique before. So Lawrence is going to chill on d1 for the time being. Polina is going to stick to the h-file. But now queen b1 makes a lot more sense because the bishop could block a check on e2. And I think that's why Lawrence played bishop e1. But why is he giving the pawn back up?
Because if you take it, that knight f6 idea is going to happen, and that is a big problem. So for black, I don't really see an easy move. She allows knight f6, but where's that queen going?
Back to h8. There's only one square.
Queen b1. Now I think she allowed both of our ideas, where a5 was played, and now Lawrence takes it, and he's saying my knight is just clearly better than your bishop, and the queen. It's now time to infiltrate.
But how do you infiltrate? Do you play queen f3? Do you play queen a4? He plays queen a4, but Polina could try to smoke this knight out of f6 with bishop a5 to d8, and I think she might be holding it together. I think Lawrence might be one tempo shy of being able to checkmate the black king. If his queen was on d7 here, even e6 would have been considered.
Queen e8, if bishop takes f6, e takes f6 with check and white wins. And if you swap queens, I think Lawrence is relying on the fact that his pawn structure is better. He's a knight versus a bishop. But I actually think that Polina has just enough to defend his b6, and everything is defended. The white king needs to be on b5.
Yeah, this pawn chain is entirely unassailable, and the tip of the pawn chain, which is always the weakest pawn, that pawn cannot be approached by white's knight. Lawrence still trying, he's poking and he's prodding, but everything happens tempo for Polina. Her king is now centralized. She's just going to shuffle between e7 and e6, Robert, and f5 maybe should be tried.
What? Take it.
Oh, knight e8.
You have to take the knight.
Now the knight gets to f6 and d5.
Wow, where the king comes into g7 at just the right moment, and the f7 pawn falls, and then e6 is pushed. So somehow Lawrence steals the game because Polina, in duress, under time trouble, she couldn't get it to work.
But wait a second, still not over. Knight c5, great calculation by Lawrence. And he is one tempo in time. He's going to get the queen to d1 and win the game.
He should be winning this game. He's probably going to safely pick off the c5 pawn and bring his king closer, and that is that.
Great stuff, queen e2. He doesn't even need the c pawn. I would capture it, but he's going to get his king closer and closer to black side of the board. A little bit odd the way he's converting this, but this is good enough, of course.
Queen takes a d2, and that makes it easy. The Lawrence Trent, he extends the lead to 2 points. It's our first 2-point lead of the match.
And again, Polina's snap decision-making in time pressure situations, that has been her undoing in a lot of these games. She defended excellently. She got down to 5 seconds. Lawrence offered that pawn endgame, and that time she panicked.
She did indeed. And Lawrence actually kind of bluffed it. He put his knight on d6, it could have been captured, and then Polina would have had the upper hand. But now we see a position where Polina, she's in her comfort zone. This is something she has been known to play, and she has what I would say the better pawn structure for a position with queens, because you have an extra pawn towards the king side where both the kings are sitting, but black has maybe a long-term advantage with some outside pass pawn potential.
Yeah, I've never really understood the appeal of this structure for black. I guess that the c3 pawn is also a long-term target, and you do have the semi-open c-file. So you often see black playing knight a5. The bishop is brought out either to f5 or to g4 in some cases, but white's got so much dynamic activity in this position. The ideas range from h4, h5 to play in the center. Sometimes you see a move like e6. It just feels like within the context of a blitz game, white's position is a lot easier to play, Robert, and the c3 pawn can be defended in a variety of ways.
And the c3 pawn already is defended because if you play knight a5 and queen takes c3, this e7 pawn was going to fall, and that's exactly why Lawrence went rook d8. G4, maybe that was rushed, maybe it was strong, but I think that now is the time for Polina to consider her next plan. What are the ideas here? Black is going to bring the knight to a5, and I don't see very obvious plans for her.
Yeah, knight a5 Looks like a kind of low-hanging fruit type of move. Another big question, does she play e6? Now, that move comes with a heavy price tag. It hems in the bishop, but the way the structure currently is, you're going to have to watch out for c4. Instead, she uses the e6 square as a transit point for her knight. If she can get her knight to e6, then the drawback of Lawrence's g-pawn push is going to be fully on display.
Danya, Polina is white here, my friend.
So, my bad. Other way around. Other way around.
They play so many games against each other that it often just has you think, who's what? Lawrence,
who's
Polina?
white, who's black?
I
had a hard time
reading
the names in front of the scorecards. I don't usually do that well.
I also can't comprehend who's better here, because when I look at this position, it feels like the pieces are a bit scrambled. Bishop f8 being Lawrence's last move. I'm worried that Polina has overextended, and you see king g2 given a question mark. Can the c3 pawn now successfully be grabbed, or as you're pointing out, knight e6 heading right for that juicy f4 square?
In my defense, the fact that I confused the players is partly because g4, g5 would be very much up Lawrence Trent's alley. I think that Polina is trying to adjust her style. I think she's consciously making an effort to play more aggressively, but it's backfiring. That's what happens when you artificially try to steer the game in a certain direction. There's nothing remaining of her kingside attack. Instead, all that actually remains are weak squares that black can use for infiltration purposes. And now the c3 pawn is gone as well.
This looks
king g3.
Really bad.
Let's go.
White. I like that. Rook h1 to follow h5. But the thing is, I see h5, I see h6, g6, h6, g6. I actually don't see a checkmating attack. So that is what makes this such a frustrating position for Polina. She's down a pawn, she's down a little bit of time, and she doesn't actually have a checkmating attack to work with.
And she might be down 2 pawns. That's why she takes on c1 with the bishop. She makes sure that a4 at least remains protected. For newer players, Robert, a very instructive point. If you imagine the h-file open, people are so afraid of a check on h7. But even if all of that happens and black fianchettos the bishop, the king can just escape to f8. So black's king is a lot safer than it looks. The question for Lawrence, can he efficiently create a pass pawn? And I think the answer is clearly no.
He can hardly move a piece. Look at the c-file. C5, c4, c3, c2, c1, all under white's control. The a5 pawn, along with the rook on b1, stopped the only extra pawn, the passer, from pushing, so it's not really looking like a pass pawn. The clock now is in Polina's favor. She may play king g3 at some moment, slide that rook to h1, and go for an attack. I actually think that Lawrence's position now is harder to play.
Feels like the landscape of the position has changed completely in the last couple of moves. Lawrence has kind of gone back and forth, and Polina has actually made strides towards securing all of the business squares on the queen side. I think Lawrence might be trying to get that trade underway, get some squares for his rook, but Polina remains on top. Maybe even bishop d1 is a thought here to go after the d4 pawn.
I really like bishop d1. That looks like an excellent try, and Lawrence likely will have to go for that in the near future. And I don't know what to make of the tension on the king side. White could play h6 at some moment just to lock that bishop in to create back rank checkmating ideas, but I don't love the notion of eliminating the tension, because then I feel like some of black's remaining pieces are freer to move.
Yeah, the position has reached a kind of uncomfortable status quo. Big question. Can Polina hold on to her d4 pawn? Because if that pawn falls, the entire position collapses. That is why bishop d1 is such an attractive idea to me. And now it's really hard for white to find a move, because if you bring the rook up to b4, you're almost encouraging black to play bishop d1. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, there it is, bishop d1 on the board, and now Polina's hanging on by a thread.
I liked rook b6 because it threatened some tactics on the knight on e6, but wow, Lawrence takes that, and she takes with the king, which is a mistake, because queen takes f3 would have hit the d5 pawn, and that would have given the bishops enough open space to seize the advantage.
And look at the way that Lawrence is reshuffling his pieces. The knight drops back to d8. It's replaced by a pawn. I think the knight's going to reroute to c6, where it's going to hit both a5 and d4. But Polina using the weight of her rook to cut the influence of black's pieces. Lawrence says, get out of there. Polina says, my pleasure. Let me go to h1 and checkmate you.
How do you stop checkmate? Bishop b4, rook h1.
Bishop b4 is going to be devastating.
Isn't this just a mating attack?
Wrong move order. She's allowed rook c3.
Oh, and rook c3 is so strong because it cuts the bishop off, and king g2 for white. Just bring your king back because you have bishop b4 to follow. No, she goes for this. This has to be bad.
Bishop b4 was literally mate on the spot, Robert. It was the wrong move order. Now everything is collapsing. All of Black's pawns, White's pawns on dark squares, they can all be captured one by one, and Rook h1, as we pointed out earlier, is not dangerous in the slightest because Queen h7 doesn't give you anything.
And bishop takes g6 would be a nice tactic, but the f3 square was available. So the knight goes back to c6, down goes e5. Down, is this about to be 3 pawns and a knight for a rook?
And a 3-point lead by Lawrence if he can convert this. Polina's only chance to somehow get rid of Black's passers, but she's not getting to a single pawn. And she's not going to have a single pawn left after Lawrence is done with them.
6 pawns to 2. And the a pawn now is free to run down a4,
now look at
a3.
this.
Don't play a3 too soon because bishop takes c4. That might even still be winning for Black. But it's a free hand with the king running up to help the pawns.
I think it's such an aesthetically pleasing pawn structure. Everything is on a light score. All of the pawns are defending each other. And all credit to Lawrence. He didn't lose hope when he found rook c3. It's actually a good thing, I think, that Polina isn't aware how close she was to checkmating White, because that would have been a big turnaround point in the match. Now it's starting to get scary for Polina.
We did see Levy overcome a 3-point deficit yesterday against Greg, but Levy and Polina, very different players. We'll see if Polina is able to avoid any sort of tilt, and I actually have loved this variation since I was a kid. I think it's super fun, where first White sacrifices a piece, gets it back, and now I'm looking at this position, I'm saying White should be having all the fun. Much more advanced pawns, but when you advance your pawns, you leave squares behind.
This is clearly all preparation for Lawrence. Let me just take 5 seconds to rewind and instant replay what happened. This move a3, I've faced it a lot online. It's actually a much trickier move than it appears. The point is to prevent bishop b4, and most people automatically play bishop c5, but that allows the center fork trick with knight takes c5 and d4. And as a result, White gets better control of the center, a big initiative. And as we fast forward back to the current position, you can see that White has the bishop pair. White's got chances after c4 to develop attack on the long diagonal, and I would ignore the kind of visual deficiency of White's pawn structure because everything is still safe here for White.
And Black needing to decide what to do with the king. You'd castle kingside, but that's allowing the bishop to stare right in front of your monarch. And if you go to the queen side, well, okay, he goes for the hangs g7 or sacrifice it. It's not really hanging. It was intentional by Polina. She decides to give up the pawn. But she is going for a checkmating attack that may or may not exist.
Yeah, I mean, all of her play hangs on the fact that the g-file is going to be open after the g7 pawn is captured, and he does, and he drops the bishop back to f6. Lawrence has been so accurate in these critical moments. Now a big question for White, Robert. Does White just close his eyes and eliminate all of the minor pieces? I'm not actually sure that that's in Lawrence's favor, even though he is the side that's up material.
I would not go for that, because not only is Black's king safer, some of these endgames or some of these positions where even though White is up a pawn, you're in trouble because, as we said earlier, when you advance pawns, you leave squares behind. Those are double pawns in the c-file. They can be attacked. And wow, Lawrence going for this, but already the engine says Black is better.
Yeah, and Lawrence just going for the mass trades. Now, Polina is very unlikely to take on d3. That helps White fix the pawn structure instead. Queen g4, threatening checkmate. Lawrence protecting it with a rook on the second rank, and here comes Polina's h-pawn. She's doing a great job of developing full compensation for the pawn. I think Black is for choice here, without question.
Because the only extra pawn for White is this pawn on g2, and look at this, c5. It's a sign of, I don't want to say pure desperation, but a sign of somebody who's uncomfortable with the position. I don't want the material, I want the activity. And after b takes c5, queen a6 check, rook b8 is mate. After d takes c5, White gets in d6. So Black's king suddenly is starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, even though you're going to be able to defend. You just take on d6, the queen takes back. Oh, she goes for rook d7, allowing the pawn to capture on c7.
Yeah, what Lawrence has done makes a lot of sense. Now the b6 pawn is a major target, and Lawrence can say, rook on f2, I want you to supervise the weaknesses on the king side so that my other heavy pieces can pile up and gang up on the b6 pawn. And suddenly, whose threats are more dangerous? I think it's White's.
They look very dangerous. The king on b8 is exposed. I could see Polina making a move like queen c8, but that doesn't look like a good move. No longer do you have any semblance of an attack. Ooh, I like rook d7 a lot. Rook d1 check. That could hurt.
It could, but so could a5. a5 rook d1 check has to be calculated. Lawrence could trade on d1, drop his other rook back to f1, but then he relinquishes control over the g2 pawn. That can be scary in its own right. A lot to calculate here, and it's actually Lawrence who brings his queen back to f1. But Robert, I actually think this is not as passive of a move as it looks, because he's preventing rook d1, he's overprotecting the g2 pawn, but now he's got to figure out a solution to the threat of rook d1.
And rook f3 is one way to block the diagonal, but things are starting to look a bit iffy to my eyes. I just prefer the coordination from black. Rook e1, I've been playing rook d1 now, threatening to chop on e1 and bring the next rook down to the first rank. I just like the activity. The rooks connect in the d file, the queen on g4. It's not only threatening a g2 checkmate, but the f4 pawn is quite loose, and, well, now it's about to be
Speaking
taken.
of which, what f4 pawn? Asks Polina. I'm not sure why Lawrence took on e1 with the queen. I thought rook takes e1 kept the material balance. He might have just overlooked queen takes f4. And now
He did.
it's a healthy extra pawn for black. I mean, this is excellent winning chances for Polina. Queen d4 check, queen d1. This is looking grim.
Wow, rook d6 to f6 is a checkmating attack, and that looks scary for the king on f1, but perhaps Lawrence can slide his own rook to f2 to shield the king and actually go after some of black's pawns. So this is a big moment for Polina. She's dropping Daniel to about 45 seconds. We've seen her struggle all day in time trouble.
Huge moment for Polina. If she wins this game, it's only a 2-point match. If she blows the win, that's another confidence boost for Lawrence, who hasn't been on the back foot like this in quite a few games. Rook d6 is on the board. Good call. And Lawrence going all in with the attack.
And rook f6 check looks like it's really going to hurt, so I don't see how you stop that. Rook e7, the king goes up to a6, and if you give a check on e2, there's either pawn c4, pawn to b5. I don't see how the white king escapes, but I certainly do see how black gets away with it.
The one moderate piece of moderately good news is that rook f6 is not immediate checkmate. After king e2, black still needs to find a way to hunt the white king down. So I would actually just close my eyes, play a takes b6 and pray, and try to create the preconditions where if black makes a sloppy move, then the king could be caught in some sort of sudden perpetual net. Queen c4, queen e2, is his idea, and he forces the queen trade.
Yes, but look at this. She takes with the pawn on a5, suggesting that the pawn is too fast. Black is now up a pawn, and it's kind of like white's up a pawn on the king side. Black up 1.5 pawns on the a file.
And now king b5. Do not give up the c5 pawn, because that would be a window for white's rook to stop the a pawn. Lawrence is going to try to create counterplay with his connected passers, but I think he's just a little bit too slow. That a pawn is going to be way too fast.
And that second a pawn is so critical, because if you play rook h8, the rook can't get over to a8. That line is blocked. And here you could consider rook a6, getting in front of one and behind the other to push your a pawn through.
But rook a6, maybe there was king d2, rook b7, and rook b1. So a couple more accurate moves required by Polina. Now she's going to push a3, and the position is completely winning. King takes c2, king b2, and Lawrence's pawns are about 15 tempi too slow.
They are, and Lawrence, he's looking upset. He resigns, so Polina gets a much-needed and a much-deserved win in that game. She held steady. It's a 2-point match once again. Polina will take over the white pieces, and she goes back to a Rossalimo. So we're going to have some fun. She has the white side of Sicilian.
It was a frustrating game that time by Lawrence, who had great opening preparation. He got what he wanted out of the opening, but Polina in control most of the game. And like you said, a Rossalimo, a good variation for white. Lawrence is going to go for a different pawn structure, though. He puts his pawn more modestly on d6, but I still like white's position. You've got center of control. The black bishop has a hard time finding an active post. This is what white wants out of a Rossalimo.
And this position does look good for white. Lawrence, he's still shaking his head. And that's the worry that I think a lot of people have for Lawrence, is he's such a good player. We've seen his class today, but we've also seen him get quite upset at himself. And chess, sometimes you have to be forgetful. You have to get over your previous games and start fresh. But this looks like a fresh start for white. Look at all the pieces on great squares, the control in the center. I think white has all the fun here, and she develops her bishop. Watch out for e4 to e5. That could hit you, and it could have really hurt.
And that's
Like
one
right
of the
now.
frustrating components for playing this with. I think Polina rushed it. I think e5 and knight d5 might have been decisive. One of the frustrating things about handling these types of positions for white is you never know what the proper timing is. You have to consider the move e5 on every move. Queen b3, I thought, was a very impulsive reaction. Lawrence could now play H, and again, E5 is just crushing. E5 is crushing, and she's not playing it.
I don't know why she's become so timid. And maybe it's because of her struggles in time trouble that she's playing. Okay, now
Takes an
you're
E5.
forced to do it. See, that's the good news for her right now. Is Bishop takes C4, Rook takes 4, and then E5. It becomes really natural.
Oh my gosh. This is just... And the crazy thing is White's so much better that Polina is still better here, but this is incomparably more defensible for Lawrence than E5 ended the game there.
Wow. And we see F5 play. This is standard way to chisel at White's center, and also the fact that Black had these double pawns. So D6 can be captured, but E4 would be lost. And Daniel, we saw a game like this earlier where Polina ended up with an isolated pawn, but a knight against a bishop. This has a similar vibe to that, though that position was queenless.
I truly can't understand what Polina's reservation was about E5. The only thing I can suggest is that she in her mind, she made up her mind that E5 is not dangerous, and if she had considered it concretely, I think she would have understood its merits. Now, if anything, I would prefer Black. The queen's going to get to D5. The power of the knight on E5 is totally limited by this web of pawns that are controlling some important squares. Polina has completely lost control of this game, and Lawrence needs to capitalize on this opportunity. Sorry about that. That was me.
I was like, what in the world? But queen goes to D5, a much safer and better square. And I'm looking at this position with two different sets of glasses. And I'm looking here, and I think, okay, Black has this stronghold of the D5 square. The pawn is blockaded, but I'm almost like, that's a passed pawn, and I don't think the bishop is that much better than the knight. So I could see some storm clouds forming in front of the Black king on the dark squares. I like the passed pawn. And can you take on B7? That's my big question right now.
I think queen D6 is a bailout move. If you take on B7, bishop D5, White will slide the queen over to C7, and we'll get a liquidation and essentially a dead-drawn rook endgame. Black is going to win back the pawn on D4. And in a rook endgame, the damaged pawn structure is not going to make any difference at all. In fact, sometimes you want those doubled pawns because they can kind of soak up the impact of Black's pawn structure. At this point, I think Polina should go for that endgame and that draw.
I'm thinking that White's better there. I know that the engines and you both say zeros, and it should be a draw with best play. But you always need to play the best moves, and when you don't have much time, I think it's easier for White to play than Black, because this is now a forcing sequence. You trade queens, you take on F3, you take on D4. White has the extra pawn on the queen side. Black's extra pawn on the king side, not mobilizing very quickly with those doubled F pawns.
No, you're exactly right. Queen takes D6 and GF, and after rook takes D4, you could actually get the rook maybe to A5 in order to force Black's rook and to tie it down to the protection of the A6 pawn, and then you start pushing the A and B pawns. So now that I look at this endgame a little bit more carefully, I agree White could make a couple of moves, at least pretend to push.
Well, rook C8 check, king G7, rook A8, same idea as rook C5 to A5. I kind of like the rook on A5 more, just because it makes sure the Black king doesn't get through that rank. And for Polina, what I don't like at all is she's down under 45 seconds. She's playing this nicely. She has no risk here, but she's going to find herself in harm's way if she keeps spending precious seconds.
And she's played rook C4. What a committal decision that is. But wait a second. Is White's king too far away in that pawn endgame?
Let's count. Rook takes C4, B takes? What's the problem?
The problem isn't that White's king is far enough. It's that Black can play the move F4. And if you look very carefully at the king side, Black has the possibility of creating an outside passer by pushing the pawns to F4, G5, H4, and F5. I could show that after the game if Lawrence doesn't go for it.
And if he goes for it, he just wins, and we'll see everything unfold. But he's calculating this very deeply. Not just two moves, not just 5, but more like 15. Because as you're pointing out, that you play this F4 move for Black, you throw your H pawn up the board, and he finds it. Lawrence Trent is in... but he doesn't...
But now Polina can play F4.
Oh my goodness, that is ridiculous that King F8 doesn't work, but F4 first was necessary.
And if Polina plays F4, then Black is unable to create a pass pawn on the king side. That's what it all boils down to. White already has the passer. The question is, can Black respond with a passer on the other side? And Lawrence is miscalculated. I think he forgets that White's king reaches the promised land just in time. H4, and
king C3.
But G5 is going to be met
G5?
with H5.
H5 is winning.
Oh!
What? She took it?
What was that? And she's going to lose.
No, that's a horrible blunder to make. That is just one of those moves that you just, okay, I'm trading a pawn, but you immediately lose this game. A5.
Or do you? Or do you? You got to play A5.
Yeah, but doesn't Black just go G4 at the right moment?
But not now.
It probably wasn't.
King E3.
She went the wrong way.
This is
Chess
not
is hard.
This is not going to make it into the player's best endgame. But 6 seconds on the clock, you're just playing automatically G3 by Lawrence, and it's over.
Yeah, this now has become very clear. Everything else was a head scratcher, but this is now obvious. And actually, White might only lose by a tempo. Because if you got your pawn to H7, then you would have everything under control. But the king is too far away, and Lawrence Trent, he really just has to thank his lucky stars winning this game.
All of those moments were complicated until Polina played King C3. If she had gone King E3 and eliminated Lawrence's pawns, it was pretty easy to intuit the fact that her pawn was going to be faster. And in the end, Lawrence's gutsy decision to go into the pawn endgame, it pays off. He went through a couple of losing positions, a couple moments there, but it's back to a 3-point lead and a real frustrating one for Polina.
Danya, blunders happen. Everyone makes mistakes, especially in speed chess. I think the one inexcusable blunder from Polina's perspective is playing F takes G5 and undoubling,
totally agree.
Or what could have been untripling Black's pawns. She had an easy win there had she just played H5. And well, speaking of double pawns, she has doubled E pawns. That buries the bishop on F8 for now. White is going to quickly develop, try to castle, put a rook on the E file, and go after this target on E6. And is Black, on the other hand, going to play bishop G7, knight D7, knight F8, curl up in a little ball over here and say, all right, well, I have everything defended and I'm up a pawn.
Knight F8 is a very important resource for people to remember because otherwise after knight G5, you have no good way to protect E6. And you can play E5, but then you're going to allow knight E6. It's the square that's more important than the pawn. The other way of treating this position for Lawrence is just to play bishop F4 and establish the clamp on E5 in order to prevent Black from ultimately fixing her pawn structure with the move E5.
Donna, you want to hear something crazy?
Always.
There have been 0 draws in this match.
That
they have not drawn
crazy.
A single game. And only 3 games have been won by White compared to 8 for Black. So they are winning with the Black pieces. That's good news for Polina, who trails by 3 points. No draws allowed. Seems to be this rules of the match. And now Polina has finished her development. She's ready to castle. And Donna, if she plays C5 here, protecting the E6 pawn, I prefer her position.
Yeah, on average, White's position after like 10 moves has been at least minus over plus. It has not been a good day for the White pieces. I agree. I think it's the perfect time for C5. You definitely don't want to castle here and give up the E6 pawn with check because that could be followed with knight G5. Great awareness by Polina. Now the queen laterally defends E6. Lawrence just has to go C3 and try to continue playing for positional compensation. He takes on C5. I guess he wants to put a piece on E5.
Well, knight takes C5 looks quite nice for Black. You protect E6 again. You attack the bishop on D3. You threaten the B2 pawn. And that bishop on G7 is the happiest piece of all. So Polina, she's doing decently on the clock right now. She can move her king, but not to F7. That would be a huge blunder. Or, as you're pointing out, play knight F to D7, which she chooses. That means she still reserves the right to castle. But where do you even castle here? Probably kingside by default, because castling queenside, that looks like you're walking to checkmate.
In a hyperbolic game, I definitely would have considered it and then just thrown my kingside pawns up the board. But particularly because the F file is semi-open, castle's kingside comes with tempo, it hits the bishop. And later down the line, Robert, if White's control over E5 is relinquished and Black starts sending those central pawns down the board, there will be hell to pay because Black has exactly 3 of them and White's got 0.
That's how I like to look at positions of this nature, is as if Black is up 3 central pawns, where White is up bishop pawns, a C pawn and an F pawn. So Lawrence, castles kingside, Polina should do the same, and this is where she needs to play more quickly, Danya. Castling kingside, a very sensible move. She first plays A6, that's fine, but she needs to keep her edge on the clock.
Agree completely, particularly in light of the fact that she has really, really struggled in most time pressure situations thus far. Castle's kingside with tempo, and it's time for e5. I would actually play... There we go. She played that move almost instantly, intuitively sacking back the pawn because she realizes, Robert, that e4 is going to carry a major punch. e4, rook takes f2, and bishop d4 was a tactic.
And that was a pretty obvious tactic for a player of her caliber. Instead, she goes rook to e8. The pawn e5 didn't even need any defense. So I don't know why the rook slid over to e8. I feel like she's so concerned about getting in time trouble that she makes the quick moves at the wrong moments.
Yes.
And then it's really costing her down the line.
And let me show this tactic really, really quickly. We don't even need an analysis board. Just really fast. e4, knight g5. And we could bring one up. Rook takes f2 was the tactic missed by Polina. Queen takes f2, and bishop d4 seals the deal because the e3 square is unprotected. You can't give away a rook to save the queen. You're going to lose the queen. You're going to lose the game, Robert. She should have seen that. Instead, she's given Lawrence the golden tempo that he needs to get the rook. And to make matters worse, if black plays e4, it comes with smaller effect because the rook on e8 is now unprotected.
Not small effect, no effect at all.
No effect, yeah.
Right. And now the knight gets up to g5, and the knight, rather than a black pawn, will get to e4. And this was a great thematic pawn sacrifice by Lawrence. Playing c4, giving away the pawn in this fashion, allows his knight to first go to e4, then use the d6 transit square. He says, well, I'm going to go there first with my rook to attack the queen, but I'm starting to love Lawrence's position, and I'm starting to dislike Polina's clock.
Her clock down 20 seconds, less than a minute. She's got to respond to all of the threats, and not a shred, not an iota remains of her central superiority, those pawns on e6 and e5 that were once so imposing. All that remains is now a pawn on e5 that is fully blockaded by the knight, which has the full support of white's heavy pieces on the e-file. I would still play knight f6 if I'm Polina and try to get rid of this monster on e4 before it grows a third head on d6. Oops, sorry. I keep doing that.
Yeah, you're just trying to draw arrows, and she puts her knight on the right square, and look at that tactic. Rook takes f6 is necessary. So it's the same trade through a different order. Black is going to be a pawn ahead, so Polina playing great defense. I'm still looking at her clock. Lawrence is shaking his head, but I'm looking at the 16.8 seconds that remain on Polina's clock. She needs to remain locked in.
This is going to be a big test. There's 12 minutes left in the 3-minute portion. She can't let this match spiral out of control before the bullet. Can she deliver the full point here? King g7. Decent move, getting the king on a safer square. She can always connect her kingside pawns with b5. But look at Lawrence creating tactical problems right as black's clock dwindles down closer to 0.
And she might play queen f5 here to trade queens, but she needs to do something fast. Down to 10 seconds, she goes queen e6 along, f takes e5. Bishop takes e5 I didn't love as much. I thought more piece on the board helped Lawrence because his king is safer.
Now black's position is still preferable. I think Polina has the chance of creating a passer on the queen side, but watch out for rook f6 related ideas. Lawrence has to come back to e1. There goes Polina's queenside pawns, and it's down to the wire.
And here comes a rook f7 first, but a rook c7, pawn to c3. And maybe they'll just follow each other on the files. But I think that Polina, with 5 seconds on her clock, would be thrilled with the draw.
And Lawrence is going for it. He's taking on a5. Polina's blundering all of her pawns on the queen side. And again, she collapses. Lawrence takes the wrong pawn.
c2 and then rook d1. Is black about to win?
Oh my gosh. Rook f1, though, threatens mate on f8. Rook f1 would be such a devilish move. Lawrence is now collapsing.
Yes, because black is going to queen, and you can only stop it by sacrificing your own queen. Lawrence down under 10 seconds himself, and he is about to lose this game because all the pawns... Actually, is there...
Oh!
Wait.
Was there is there fortress?
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. And
Did
Lawrence
you see that by
back.
Lawrence? He slammed the table. I mean, that was inexplicable. B takes c3 and the game was over.
There was much of that game that was inexplicable towards the end, where Polina, in her time trouble, she continues to be shaky, but it was Lawrence's table that shook the hardest because Lawrence is furious. He's fuming, but he needs to get over it. Look at him. He is distraught, but Danya, the next game has already begun. He goes for his Caro-Kann, and if you're Polina, I feel like you have to punish him.
And one of the systematic mistakes that Lawrence, he did this a couple of times in the group stage as well. It didn't end up costing him. he sometimes doesn't realize when he's got 10 or 15 seconds on the clock. He gets into time scramble mode and he starts playing instantly. The reason you leave yourself with 10 seconds is precisely because you want to pause for 5 of them in a critical moment. And right now, Lawrence needs to move past it. And I like the way that he's doing it. F5, but he's weakening the E5 scram. Is he tilted?
I feel like you like it because you're a King's Indian player, so you don't mind positional weaknesses for a kingside attack. But this is horrible. The E file completely under White's control. There's no attack for Black at all.
No, I agree. Upon closer inspection, let me qualify my statement, it becomes clear that the weaknesses along the E file do not warrant the rapid movement of the F pawn, and Polina is punishing this beautifully.
Every single white piece on a superb square, and that pawn on e7 is backwards. You could play bishop b7 here. I think that Lawrence actually just needs to speed up because his position is so bad. But Polina has a dream position, and she's up 30 plus seconds.
Yeah, and he's tilting this game away right now. He needs to pause, take a deep breath, try to set up his defenses. Is there a reason that Polina can't take on c6? Maybe even throw in the move bishop b5 to force the queen onto an awkward square, and then grab on e7. She grabs immediately. She's got to deal with some annoying threats on the king side, though, and if she plays the move g3, then in the long run, a Lolly's mate might be in the cards.
That's a good idea for Lawrence. This is kind of the best he could have hoped for in this sort of King's Indian style of approach. He loses the pawn on the queen side, goes for an attack on the king side, but unfortunately for him, the queen needs to be on h3, not the bishop. So I don't see how you orchestrate that attack. And for White, I'm trying to play rook c1 and c4. I need to open up the queen side to activate more of my pieces.
Yeah, the biggest concern right now for Polina might be that queen on e7, which is far from stable. She moves it back to h4 and chases the bishop out of h3. Lawrence could play the cool-looking move bishop g2, but that would be highly counterproductive because then White's king can use the bishop as an umbrella. There's nothing that makes the white king more safe than a black bishop that would park itself on g2.
And there's no way to get more pieces into the attack from there. So bishop back to e6. And now for Polina, I'm trying to figure out how you get that second rook into the game. Rook e3 is something I want to play, but it doesn't look right to me. So I just need to figure out how to double in the e-file and take over the game.
Yeah, and of course you would love to eliminate the f3 pawn one day, but right now it's not causing you any problems. Bishop f6 is an annoying idea, but it can always be met with bishop g5. So there's no direct threat against White's queen. Maybe you go back to the c4 idea. Maybe you play rook a c1, and that actually does threaten c4. If you look at the tactics, there's rook takes c6 and bishop takes c4 as a result. So tough for Polina to find a move, tough to find a productive way to improve, and that's why she's taking her time here.
Good line by you there, and rook e3 punished by your bishop f6, so that actually would stop the defense. And she goes, rook. Okay, I have to say I love moves like this, where you're giving up an exchange to open up your enemy's king. And so Lawrence is looking, it's like, well, can I grab that? Let me take that. I actually think taking it will backfire, and White will happily take back with the pawn, free up the d4 square for a knight, and go all in for a crushing attack.
Yeah, taking that rook on e5, more dangerous than going mushroom picking in the forest and just, oh, that looks pretty. Let me try it. I wouldn't call that rook entirely poisonous, but after d takes e5, the knight gets into d4. All of the dark squares on the king side are permanently weak. If I'm Lawrence, as tempting as it is, I'm playing a move like rook e8, maybe dropping the queen back to d7, and still trying to go after White's queen, but his position is dire here.
What was the evaluation before rook e5? Because it's still plus 1 point something, a very high number, so I don't really know why it received a question mark. I would give that an exclamation point. I really liked it. It caused Lawrence to think. He ends up taking it anyway, and now it's +2, so capturing it was wrong. A great position for Polina. She's trying to capitalize on Lawrence's opening choice. It was from tilt, and now knight d4, and all the pieces are free-flowing. Bishop h6, you can bring a rook over to e1 to protect that e5 pawn. It's hard to move for Lawrence.
And if you're Lawrence, the more pieces come off the board, the more significant his extra exchange becomes. I think he put the wrong piece on f5. Bishop f5 was a more effective way of getting minor pieces off the board. Now Polina establishes a monster of a bishop on f6. It's a lot stronger than Lawrence's old bishop on h3. How does Polina make the decisive blow? Does she play e6? Does she put the queen on h6? There's no checkmate just yet, and she decides to take her time with h3.
And Lawrence doing the right thing. He's trying to complicate matters on the queen side. He's going to try to blast it open, get some activity for his rook, because rooks need open files, and he can dislodge that knight from d4. But at some point, e6, maybe right now, will be a good move, keeping that knight safe and sound, and getting one step closer to the other side of the board and a new queen.
All of White's pieces are on dark squares. The queen defends the bishop, Witch defends the knight, the rook on e1 defends the king, but it's not enough just to have pretty-looking pieces. You also have to deliver and convert the initiative into something tangible. Queen h6 is a one-move threat, and the drawback is that e6 is no longer possible. I think it's a perfect time for b4. And Polina's also going to watch her king, Robert. There's a rook c1 check and rook f1 maneuver that could be mighty unpleasant for Polina, who's now under a minute, and things are getting very complicated.
And taking that pawn means that your king will never feel safe on the light square. So I would go rook 8, as you're pointing out. I think that Polina has to backtrack, and maybe she'll sacrifice another exchange if she can.
Whoa!
Doesn't that hang the bishop?
Well, he wants d takes c3, but that pawn's going to be restrained.
No, he blundered. Look at him. Look at his face. He's grabbing his head. He completely forgot about his bishop on e4.
Oh my gosh, he forgot what that pawn was doing. It was guarding the bishop. That was the most important pawn on the board. And Polina's...
He can't believe it?
Just double checking, I guess. She's like, wait, why can't I take that bishop? She can. And she
does.
does.
Her internet connection? She takes it. Okay, I was worried for a second that she lost connection, but she brings the rook, and the queen and rook connect on the c1 square. That pawn's not going anywhere. Knight g5 at some moment. There's going to be a checkmating net right in front of the black king.
But White still has to find it, and Polina, with 20 seconds on the clock, knight g5 would be a blunder played here because of queen d1 check, and the connection between the queen and the rook would be severed. Great, cautious move by Polina. Get the king up, bring the knight to g5, and ultimately the e-pawn is going to decide the game.
She has two options to win this game, I feel. She can bring her knight back to e1 at some point to grab c2, but she's doing the right thing, going forward. And now queen h6... Oh, queen h7 is even better. That stops any 7th rank defense.
Big moment. 5 seconds for Polina. Queen h6. Now rook c7. Lawrence still hanging on by a thread. Take on e7. Queen takes f3. No, rook takes f3.
Rook takes f3. Yeah, rook f3 is even stronger.
Now rook takes c2.
Yeah. That was the mistake, because rook c8 check is available to White. Rook d1 looks like a mate, but doesn't work. And now...
Oh, it's perpetual! What a trick! What a trick!
Lawrence, you cheeky devil! Look at him. He can't believe it.
Should be outlawed.
Oh my gosh. And Lawrence, you have to say he deserved something from that game, because he was horribly playing the opening. He was down material, but he never gave up.
Polina with a smile, but it's not a happy smile. It's an incredulous smile. She thought that after queen takes c3, queen f8 was checkmate. I'll admit, I didn't see that either. I was about to say take the rook and mate on f8. Where did that perpetual come from?
Lawrence had it sneakily waiting in the wings, and that was our first draw of the match, Danya. It took 13 games, but the 13th one, the unlucky 13 for Polina Shuvalova, because she had a winning position. And okay, that game is over with. We still have a 2-point match. It's anyone's contest.
Of all the 13 games, I would point to that one as the unlikeliest to end in a draw, but that's the way that chess works. Okay, the landscape has changed completely compared to the last game. Lawrence playing a lot more calmly, and for the first time, okay, no, not for the first time, we did have a 4 knights game, but there Polina went bishop c5. Here, I like the way that she's positioning her pieces a lot more.
Looks very solid. For black, only one open file. The players will fight for control of it. The bishop on a2. That's a sneaky good piece. Watch out for the f7 square.
Yeah, the position resembles an Italian. It didn't exactly come from an Italian, but this is the kind of pawn structure that we often see in like Hikaru Nakamura's SCC matches.
Knight h5. What a move there from Polina that trades off the knight on g3, but also gives White control of the d5 square. I wouldn't be surprised if Lawrence takes on h5 and plays bishop d5 next, because maybe he'll take on c6 and shatter Black's pawn structure over there on the queen side.
Man, third time's the charm on drawing the arrow from a2 to d5. Another important idea in some cases is to push c3. As you would point out, Robert, the knight on c6 will be restricted by the pawn, but also you create a pathway for your queen to get to b3. So the ideal setup, bishop d5, c3, queen b3, another bad arrow, and then you're hitting both b7 and f7. So a lot of potential for White to develop activity, but you also have to watch out for Black's activity along the g4, d1 diagonal.
Queen f6 is going to be really annoying. So with that in mind, I like Lawrence's decision to trade queens and play c3. I would stop that knight from jumping because knight d4 feels annoying to deal with, and rook d1 walks into a pin, so I wouldn't play that either.
Okay, so are we going to see more trades? A trade on h5, and I still like the look of the move c3. I still think that you should restrict the activity of the knight, and I still prefer white by a smidge, but likeliest outcome is definitely a draw unless we see any big changes in the position.
I prefer black, but not because of the position we see on the board. I'm looking at the clock. Polina is up nearly a minute, and Lawrence is looking frustrated. This is our final game of the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. So, Lawrence, what are you thinking about there, buddy? You got to move. You're down to about a minute yourself.
And it's not like knight takes h5 is such a committal decision. What is the upside of allowing knight f4? He goes h3, so he actually encourages Polina to grab on f3. She takes on g3 first. And I still don't like Lawrence's decision. Now he's slightly worse for sure.
And he's worse for no reason. I don't quite understand why he went for this. And even if you get your king centralized, trade rooks, all endgames are going to be better for black because of the healthier pawn structure. You don't like taking away from the center. F takes g3 doesn't look very nice here. The e4 pawn can be tender. So for Polina, I play f6, king f7, king e6, centralize your own king.
Ooh,
and wow,
but I don't know about that decision.
D4. Why? I'm trying to understand why she went for this.
Because the light scores, white is going to establish a monopoly on the light scores. A4 and B3 is going to create a very unpleasant situation where even if Polina goes A6 and B5, in the long run, her pawns might end up overextended.
Well, A6 and B5, let's say the pawn was on B5 right now. White might have B4 available to just chisel at the pawn chain. So A4, good first step from Lawrence. And if you're Polina, you bring your king in. King F7, king to e6. Even if the white king gets to c4, the pawn c5 is defended from the bishop on f8, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that.
Great call. At least we have some sort of peace and balance now, which should favor the side that's up time, but Lawrence's position pretty easy to play. I would try to put the g-pawn on g4, everything on a light square. That's why Polina played h5. Lawrence could still play g4. I still would, but right now, he puts his king on an f3, though. I would have preferred a more centralized location.
He's going to play g4, swap pawns, and play rook h1, rook h5, something like that. It's the sense I'm getting from Lawrence here. He needs to go for something like that, especially because he's down to about 25 seconds, and I don't see any other plans.
Maybe Polina should meet g4 with h4 just to keep the king side closed and prevent white's rook from establishing itself on a terrifying square like d5.
If not, that open h-file does look very good for white, although black could move the bishop and then play a6, b5. That's what Polina's going for. She's playing for the clock and the match score, I think.
But tactically, that might not work out because rook takes c5 comes with a tempo against the bishop, so c7 might actually not be the best square for her bishop. In addition, a6 could also be met with a move a5, and Lawrence, g5, though, in your face, h5 rook. Get back.
I love that because now look at the pawns. They're terrible for white. They're double icing the g-file, icing the e-file. There's no e5 pawn push, which you might want to rely on. Can you play b6, a6, and b5? That's what she's going for.
Okay, knight a3. Lawrence trying to find an even better square for the knight. We could get a repetition of moves here, but Polina, she will likely get tempted by Lawrence's clock. I think Lawrence should be fine with a draw here.
He'd be very thrilled with the draw at this stage. And rook h7, take over the open file. I actually don't know where you're going from there. That's the problem. But I saw an open file, and I wanted to seize control of it.
Well, Lawrence saw an open file. I don't know where he's going. He keeps stirring the pot a little bit, a5, and maybe he wants the a file. Because once the rook lands on a6, Robert, that could actually be scary.
Okay, I like that from Lawrence. And maybe for Polina, I love that move. Rook c7 with c4 to follow. She's trying to open up some files for herself. Actually, b5, keeping the rook on a1 passive.
Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny. D3, it's over.
The rook on a1 is hanging dc2, cb3. They fall like a house of cards.
Lawrence kept playing with fire and finally blundered, and that's the problem with having under 10 seconds in an endgame this complex. Robert, just DC and CB and B2.
Wow. Bishop C3 allowing a fork, but she's just grabbing all the pawns. And she is going to win this game by creating a new queen.
And Lawrence, he picks up some pieces. He's got rook and knight against queen, but the decisive factor, I think, is that other B-pawn, which Polina should send forward with B4.
She might play queen G3 check just to ask the queen where it's going, but I like pushing the passed pawn. And the more that this king gets active, the more word I get for the black king.
Totally. I mean, knight e6, rook c7. You can't fall asleep here. And Polina playing a little reluctantly here. b4 is on the board. She's going to win. King f7. Yeah.
Rook c6. There's some rook c6 funny business if you ever try to win that rook there with forks. You need to watch out for forks. And, hey, Lawrence is still hanging in this one. He survived the last one with the tactic, so why not this one too?
He is a resilient one, and right now Polina has to be careful. Don't go queen b5. Don't blunder your queen. Don't collect $200. I would just go queen d6 and queen takes d8 and end it there and then.
That looks fantastic for her. She goes king d7 instead, and there must be some way to win one of the pieces, either that knight on f7 or the rook, and there's the rook. It's going down.
Time to resign if you're Lawrence, and what a win for Polina. What a frustrating loss. It looked like Lawrence had the fortress. He played with fire, pushed a5, and doesn't live to tell the tale.
And now it's a 1-point match. So Lawrence, he was in charge, but you can see it on his face. He looks like he's down, but let's remind everybody, he's actually leading this match 7.5, 6.5. That's how well he played in the early stages of the 3+1 time control. So Danya, 7.5 Lawrence, 6.5 Polina. What are you thinking?
Man, what a topsy-turvy match. I think both players look pretty dissatisfied. Polina's not thrilled to go into the bullet down a point, but Robert, this could have been a lot more out of control. Polina could have lost 2 more games. She would have been down by 5. The fact that it's a 1-point match and that things could change in the bullet in the snap of a finger is music to Polina's ears. For Lawrence, the most important question will be psychological. Can he move on from what just happened? Can he untilt himself during the break and come into the bullet segment fresh?
At times, there's something ironic about players who are perpetually in time trouble. Polina, she's been lower on the clock in many games. She struggled in time trouble, and yet, when it comes to bullet, sometimes they're the fastest players. So, Danya, do you see them shifting gears and getting ready for bullet? It's a quick switch.
I actually think Polina is the favorite in the bullet, partially because of all the bullet brawls she's played. She plays week in and week out, Robert, and Lawrence is going to have to step up his game, adjust well on the clock. This is anybody's match. I think we're in for a thrilling half an hour minus 5 minutes.
And Lawrence will need to put the recent pass behind him, but not all of it, because he leads by 1 point. We head into the bullet portion of this I Am Not a GM Speedchess Championship match. It's Polina Shuvalova versus Lawrence Trent. The rest is yet to come.
I've worked with the 2 players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
We return here at the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship with one time control to go. It's Lawrence Trent leading by 1 over Polina Shuvalova. The winner of this match gets to take part in the final against Levy Rosman. I'm Robert Hess alongside me, Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, Lawrence leads, but it's only 1 point. His advantage, it's shrinking thanks to Paulina's resilient play.
And don't look at Lawrence's facial reactions to try to estimate the match score, because you're always going to think he's down by 20. The end of the 3-minute portion was all Polina. Lawrence got a little bit tilted by that one game. He had the incredible swindle, but Polina wins the last game of the segment. And Robert, there's nothing more important to set the tone of the next segment than winning the last game of the previous one.
That's right, because you can see Lawrence still a bit red, not recovered from those losses at the end of the 3+1. But Lawrence will need to recover not just from those recent games, but from a checkered past in the IMSCC, where he went to the semifinals last year. It was his first appearance that far, that deep of a run. But James Canny III, he stopped him in his tracks, 14.5, 11.5 in James's favor. Lawrence did defeat Greg Shahade and Alina Kashlinskaya. Those are two big names, so he has had some great experiences, but he has not made it all the way through to the final.
Man, if you look at the Lawrence on the right side, you feel like I'm surprised he even had time to play the matches, because he was plotting world domination, and attending the Economic Forum at Davos. But Lawrence Trent, he's been incredible in the I Am Not a GM SCC this year. He's had his ups and downs, and ultimately he's going to have to play fast, but the players will have to avoid over-adjusting. And I'm getting a little bit worried about that, because Polina, Robert, she's had some trouble properly adjusting her thinking time. Sometimes she's played too quickly. Other times she's overlooked critical moments or played too slowly. How will the players adjust to the constraints of the bullet format?
Well, Polina, she was born in the darkness. She remains in the darkness. And in bullet chess, you have to go down that deep, dark forest where there's room out for just one. Mikhail Tal has that famous quote in the chess world. And for Polina, she needs to be a magician. And she needs to pull out all of her best chess, because Lawrence has been very strong on average. But in those last couple games done, that's where things can get away from you. Lawrence has to avoid going on tilt.
And we saw what happened yesterday between Greg Shahade and Levi Rosman. Levi Rosman, he erased a 3-point lead in the first 3 games of the bullet. Can Polina do the same? She has a lot less work to do than that. She's only down by 1. But we know that the first 2 or 3 games of the bullet often set the tone for the entire segment. It's not the same as, 75 or 80 minutes where you've got plenty of time to take a deep breath, even during the game. Here, you're off, and you need to be off to a good start. Here we go. An Owens defense by Mr. Trent.
I love it. I've played it many times in bullet games myself, but Polina seems ready for it. She puts the bishop on d2, gives up the pair of bishops, but that bishop on b7, it's not the greatest piece in the world, and we have a French-like structure. This has to be better for white.
I would snap the pawn off on f6, and that ship has sailed. Polina allows Lawrence to close up the king side, and now black's play on the queen side, Robert, is going to be problematic.
Well, Polina seems unafraid, because after c4, the c file will not open up, and that means she can focus her attention over there on the king side, and knight g5 at any moment. That could hurt. There could be a sack on e6, taking on f5. Feels like the position opening up would really spell doom for the black king.
Polina playing on all sides of the board, snapping open the a file. You could also consider pushing the h-pawn 1 square forward. If black has to play h6 and weaken the g6 square, you're absolutely right, Robert. In the long run, white could pop the king side open, and with black's pieces all massed on the queen side, that could be a major problem. There's h5 by Polina, who's got 56 seconds still remaining on her clock. Don't take that knight.
No. That opens up the bishop. That would be pretty much an immediate loss. She's trying to provoke h6. It comes with tempo, but that queen, it can slide up to g6 or back to f4, and then the knight can join the party via h4 and g6. I feel like black has a nice looking position, but you're threatening nothing.
Exactly, and even if black plays knight takes d3 and c takes d4, congrats, you've opened up the c file. What's on the c file? Not much, but Polina tries to keep her bishop alive. Questionable decision. Can Lawrence snap that pawn on c2 off the board? I think bishop d7 might be an effective antidote. And she finds
What a find. Hitting the rook and the pawn e6. She doesn't even want the rook. She wants that e6 pawn with check. She can grab it right now and then figure out where to move her queen next. And queen d2 comes to in my mind, you now have a winning endgame because of black's pawns all over the place. She wants checkmate, so I can't blame her for that, but queen d2 is also very nice.
But the position remains volatile. This could turn around easily, particularly if black's bishop opens up. But I don't see a way that happens. That pawn on d5, if you could capture it, the landscape of the position would change. Bishop d7, another excellent move. Lawrence desperately trying to create complications, but he's a day late and a dollar short.
And g4, I'm not allowing you to complicate matter. Knight e1, that's a very classy move.
Wow.
Forcing the knights off the board.
And after knight takes d3, black just doesn't have any attackers left. Okay, you got your pawn to f3. You're never going to be able to get your queen to g2. Never say never, says Lawrence, but I think Lawrence is pretty close to resigning this game. Just don't blunder the rook on f1.
That would be a tragedy. I would probably try to put my rook on e1, but not the f rook because the f2 pawn was loose. And she suddenly
never
there's
say never.
A chance.
Bishop
that is a
c8.
Wonderful move.
Ooh, and
rook h1. What a move.
And e6 pushing her pass pawn. But does that pawn become a weakness or is it a strength?
Well, rook h4 to go over to f4. I feel like the king is being kicked off the f-file.
And you have to go king g8. But if you lose the f3 pawn, you lose your remaining chances for counterplay. Rook f4, queen takes f3, just ends the game.
Also, rook f4, rook f8 probably led to checkmate. So there are many. She still has that. It has to be game over.
Queen takes d5 and rook f8. Maybe. No, that's it. She just takes f3.
She took everything.
d5.
Okay, if you blunder checkmate in the light squares, you probably deserve to lose the match. She does not fall for any of those tactics, and queen e4 trading queens is a nice finesse.
Such a classy move, just eliminating any chances because you know that anything can happen in bullet. I would play d7 and e8. Polina, she is enjoying the moment, picking up the b pawn. Not the most efficient way of converting for sure. In fact, Robert, I would not give up the e7 pawn because that could actually be a draw sometimes.
She smartly keeps that pawn on the board. f5 is available. She can just push all of her pawns, get her king up the board. She has many different options and paths to victory.
And e8 equals queen, deserved consideration. But Polina will get her king to f8 instead. She doesn't want this game to end, does she?
Well, the good news for her is that there's over 20 minutes remaining, and she's no longer down. 7f7. So chat, now that the tied match, do you think Lawrence can find his footing, or is Polina going to take control of the match? Please vote on who you think will win this match and face off against Levy Rosman in the finals later this week. But Danya, now that Lawrence is white, I feel like he should try to make a draw. I know that sounds weird for bullet chess, but he's lost a bunch of games in a row, and at least getting a half point will feel good, and now he feels like he's back in the match.
And you want to get on the board because we saw what happened to Greg. He lost a lot of confidence when he dropped the first couple of games. Lawrence keeps sacrificing the d4 pawn. We saw this type of opening in one of their very first games. Here, Polina refrains from taking on d4, and it's going to cost her. It's going to cost her a pawn, and it might cost her king pretty quickly.
She seems very calm for somebody who just dropped the pawn in front of her king, and this position is clearly good for white, but the good news for... Wow, what a move there. Take on a6, queen takes c6. He's trying to transition into a position where it, hopefully for him, a good knight versus a questionable bishop.
Well, I don't know if I love the decision. I think it's cute. It's flashy, but the bishop is not all that bad, particularly if it moves back to the long diagonal. Lawrence has to try to get a rook to the 7th rank and get his pieces as active as possible. Polina's doing a good job of manufacturing counterplay, and rook c2 or rook c4, and the position remains pretty double-edged.
Do not hang knight takes e6 check. So she plays king g6, and you're right, it is double edge. I think both sides have chances to win, legitimate chances. Bishop e2 now. Get that knight out of the f3 square. She's finding all of these super strong moves, and rook f1.
This is honestly the tactical vision by both players, and they both have, in Lawrence's case, he's got 47 seconds left. Polina has half her time left as well, and we're fizzling out into a endgame where black is a pawn down. But Robert, because of the weakness of the e5 pawn, I think Polina should be able to hold things together. But you never know. G4 and h5 could be really scary.
I like the way both players are slowing down and the way you slow down, because you were going to say, no, it's not a draw just yet, because both sides have pawns on opposite flanks. And now this is looking closer to a draw. But, well, who has the chances here? I don't really see how white can push for a win.
potentially even Polina could play for a win if she plays e5 and f6. And if white starts dropping some of these kingside pawns, you never know how these rook endgames end up. f5, I would just go rook e2, and I would, whatever you do,
King
play
G4?
with an abundance of caution.
King G4?
Oh! Whoa. And
Uh-oh.
Lawrence has to be careful there. It's still a draw, but Lawrence has to be careful.
Yeah, because rook e6, rook a2 check, the g3 pawn falls, and suddenly it's not so simple with white's king being pushed under the first rank. So king g4, Lawrence hasn't moved yet. He's definitely worried about his king safety.
I feel like most bullet games are going to be winning for black in a position like this. When the activity gets out of control, people panic, but Lawrence still has 30 seconds on his clock. He goes h5. That's a heads-up move to force black's rook out of a3. Rook takes g3 was possible. Now Lawrence is going to keep pushing.
Oh, and that rook can get behind the pass pawn, so it's starting to get a little bit dangerous for black, but a2 is hanging with checks. Take a2, and then bring your rook back.
And Lawrence has to find a way to disjoint these pawns. He can't play g4, though, because the rook on f4 drops. 3 seconds for Polina. Oh, rook h6, rook h4 was winning for white.
Yeah, so she recognized that and then brings her king backwards, but now there's going to be g4. In fact, you could play g4, king g5. It's not... You have to be careful here.
Oh my gosh, f takes g4 is just a draw for, but Polina could have kept trying there. What a game, and a draw is a very justified result. Both players really put their hearts out in this game.
I'm looking at the clock, and Polina's building time, so I'm not worried about her flagging. But for a moment, I was thinking Lawrence might try to go for that. He makes a draw, so the losing streak is over, but he still seems just completely distracted by the past.
I agree. I really like the way that Polina's handling herself in these first couple of bullet games. Trent reprises the Owen's defense, and he gets a different version of it. I don't like this one as much. He puts a pawn on c5, Robert, rather than d5. This just looks like a terrible Benoni.
Looks horrendous. I mean, what are these pieces doing? And it just seems like Lawrence, he is going for tricks at the moment rather than playing his great chess. And d6 followed by e5. First kicking the knight back.
This is sad.
Danya, it's Sag.
Sag? Wide peepo Sag for Lawrence. I would have taken on d5, to be honest. I mean, as cute, as beautiful as white's pawns look, it's not enough just to put pawns on e5 and d6. You actually have to convert it into a kingside attack, and Polina's doing an amazing job of it. Lawrence actually helped her out by opening up his own king.
Right, because if you take on d5 twice, there must be a checkmate on e8, like right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this was a terrible, terrible game by Lawrence.
And you see it on his face. He just can't believe what he's doing because he's not playing like himself. He is playing like somebody who's rattled, who can't focus on individual moves, but instead is thinking about what could have been. And so if I were Lawrence, I'm looking at the overall match clock, 15 minutes remaining. I almost feel like he should play a little bit just to let that frustration out fully. And he needs to get over it, Donna. He has no other choice.
And what I don't like in particular, I think Owen's defense is a decent weapon in bullet in general when Robert Hess plays it. It's not Lawrence's style. It's kind of a cagey opening where you have to know these retreating maneuvers. Lawrence needs something aggressive. Why is he deviating from the openings that have served him well through this match? The Caro-Kann, play e4, e5. Play an opening where you get a lot of space. Oh, Larry is not very good in cramped positions. Larry Trent needs to change his openings.
And right now he needs to change the position and start over because this is looking like an easy win at this stage for Polina. Although c3, can you... Yeah, I thought you could capture that pawn because g2, mate was hanging.
Oh, takes bishop g7, queen h6, and knight f6 is winning. And Polina... What was that? Knight g3 was a really bad move, and he's back in the game.
If Lawrence somehow wins this game, that would be absurd.
No way.
Queen d8, king to h7.
What's the follow-up? That bishop needs to make its way to f6, but Lawrence can take on d6. He's not even that much worse anymore.
He should have grabbed that pawn, and now bishop e7. That's a beautiful square for the piece. Take d7 and get.
Why did he give that pawn up? He had queen e6 there. Now he's losing again, and queen e8. Great move by Polina. She's just going to push d7. And Lawrence, okay, bishop c7, trying to give up a second minor piece for the pawn, and he does.
c2, but you have to push the pawn. Well, because he can't play queen to d1. The rook on f7 was loose, bishop f6.
That's a knife. That is a knife, and he's going to have to give up another exchange. He's going to be a rook and a piece down.
And he seems so shocked. Oh, that was an expletive. I think we all know what word that was. And she walks the escape route. And he laughs. He smiles so he doesn't cry.
Mate on g6 by Polina, and he had a chance at the end of that game, but I think he mentally gave up. There's only 13 minutes left on the match clock. Lawrence needs to make sure that this doesn't get away from him. He changes up the openings. He plays 1d4, and I like that. Get something fresh. Oh, wait, no, this is how they got that position previously. I apologize.
No, you're all good. They've been mixing and matching throughout the entire day. So we see here that there could be an IQP, but the tension remains. And now this could be dangerous for black. A rook usually wins a stare down with the queen.
That queen might get caught in the eye of the storm, or shall I say the IQP of the storm, particularly if the d-file reopens, and it does. And Lawrence, he gets his bishop to e4, the position stabilizes, and Polina does a good job of getting her queen to safety. Whoa.
What is
Does that work?
Does that work? We just did it again, didn't we?
We did. It's about time. I don't think so, Robert. I think the king can drive up to g6. It's not a bad option in a bullet game, but there's no way it actually works.
I just looked at the clocks for the first time. Polina still has 50 seconds. If she had 15 seconds, I think that white has good winning chances, but this is standard. After queen g4, there's pawn to f5, but then after queen g3, so same thing here. What's actually black's move after queen g3? There's some discovered checks.
Well, my parents told me not to respond to a question with another question, but let me violate that rule. What is white's next move going to be? And that sounds like a rhetorical question, but white actually doesn't have as effective of a discovered check as it may seem, because knight e6 check, the king drops back to f7, Robert, and white doesn't actually get that much in return for it. Polina wants bishop f4, rook f4, and then white's going to play knight e6 and recapture the rook, and the position is going to remain unclear.
Complete mess, but she hasn't followed up with rook takes f4, so I don't...
Oh, why did he do that?
He just wasn't looking at discover check. You could see on his face, he doesn't even register that he had tactical possibilities. Danya, you know what's happening with Lawrence? Once he makes a mistake, he doesn't believe in himself anymore.
And he's still trying rook d3. Polina has to go g6. Rook h3 was a mate threat, but she's got 3 entire minor pieces for the rook. The attack is fizzling out, and black's attack is about to begin, and it's going to be deadly, Robert.
And rook f8 is one of those multi-purpose moves. A rook d8, also really nice. Rook takes, knight takes, and the bishop is defended on b7. Queen g2, mate is in the air. And whoa, h4, I think you just dropped the queen back. There's not even a single check against the black
queen
king.
f2 is coming. Lawrence is running out of ideas here. There's a discovered attack with knight to e5 if Polina wants it. I would play it right now. Knight e5, queen e5. Okay, she takes on d3, knight d4. Anything wins.
Yes, it's minus 1,000,000. And Lawrence, he's been jumping out of his chair. I think soon he's going to have to jump his king off this board and onto the next, because he is getting mated. Queen h1, queen h4 is not mate, surprisingly, but knight e5 at the end there would be mate.
Oh, this is great vision by Polina. Look at the way that she's deftly maneuvering her minor pieces. It's not over yet. Lawrence is so good at fighting back, but look at that. She switches places between the bishop and the queen, mates Lawrence on f2, on h2, and she has a 2-point lead. This is the most important moment of the whole match for Lawrence. He has to find it in himself, Robert, to get through his negative emotions and play the kind of chess that we saw from him in the first 2 segments.
Yeah, and he's going all in, right? We just saw him sacrifice on h7. It was objectively an incorrect decision, but he still had chances. He just didn't believe in those chances. So now, here's the black pieces here. This is a solid start for him. The black side of this French-like structure where you don't have a light square bishop. I actually really like this for black.
And I like the meta game that Lawrence is playing. When you're tilted, that's exactly the kind of position that you want. You want a position that's devoid of tactical chances. It allows you to play based on your intuition, and the price of a move isn't all that high. At the same time, Polina has control of the c-file. I think Lawrence's priority should be to get a rook to c8, try to get this knight into b4, and... okay, what do you make of this endgame? Who's playing for a win here?
Well, clearly Lawrence is trying to play for more, but I didn't like, this is a long time ago, when he played c5 takes d4. It wasn't necessary, it wasn't forced, and it opened the c-file on favorable terms for Polina. Look at this, knight h5. Her rook, now knight f6. That rook for white can slide all the way over to the king side, so I'd be very careful if I'm Lawrence. But he wants a knight a4 at the right moment. He wants to play for the queen side possibilities.
The rooks are off the board. The d4 pawn is also a major target. Polina has to make sure that she's babysitting that pawn, maybe with a knight from f3. Ideally, she would play f3, king f2, king e3. And later down the line, if she plays g4 and Lawrence trades on g4, there is the potential for an outside passer, but I don't like the move f4.
And look at Lawrence, a4, and b4, knight takes b4.
Knight b6. There comes the knight.
Oh, that's even better.
And she gives up
sacrifices. Just winning. He's just grabbing everything.
Oh, Polina let Lawrence run circles over her on the queen side. Now the knight is coming into c2, the other one to c4. This is totally winning.
And for Lawrence, he's been playing well. Even though he trails right now, he's had many good moments. He completely outplayed her. And do you think that was the right decision? Polina resigns. It's a 1-point gap. But should Polina have played that out considering how little time remains in the match clock?
I think she should have. That was another minute and a half at least off the match clock if she managed to play her cards right. But she resigned. She was too disgusted by the position. Objectively, it was totally lost. And what do we have here?
We have a position where bishop takes h2 might be in the air. So now Lawrence is the one who needs to be careful with the sacrifice.
Great move by Lawrence, but watch out for bishop d6 to c5. I would play b6 if I'm Polina, preparing bishop c5 and setting up the bishop fianchetto. Lawrence's pawns in the center, they could be a great strength or a great weakness, but e5 is a massive threat that Polina has to deal with right now.
And I could see her playing bishop f8 at some moment, but b4 here is important.
Ooh.
Good move there by Lawrence. It saves him a critical tempo. And bishop f8? What is black going to do here? c5?
Queen d5 is going to fork f7 and a8. You had to play c5. Queen d5 wins the game.
On the spot. And look at her. She's the one jumping back in her chair. And Lawrence jumps right back into this match. Danya, there's nothing that black can do. You are losing an entire rook over there in the corner. Game over, and we have a tied match.
It's not even just a blunder. It's a blunder that ends all blunders. Bishop to a6 in response to queen takes 8. The queen just slides back to e4. There isn't an iota of counterplay for Polina. She's going to resign again. And Lawrence basically, he wins this game in 15 moves. And Polina is now the one with evidence of frustration on her face.
And the major reason that she shouldn't have resigned the game 2 ago was because she would have had time to recover emotionally. She quickly played another game. She got crushed, if we're being honest. And now Lawrence back to his Owens defense. And I have to say, I've always enjoyed these positions in Bullet. I think they're very tricky, but Polina is handling this perfectly.
This is a much better version of the Owens with the center open. It resembles a Rubinstein French. I agree. I like the way that Polina has brought out her pieces. The position kind of stabilizes. And black's very solid here. There's the possibility of c7, c5 contesting the center. I think Lawrence has gotten what he's wanted out of the opening.
For sure. And he's challenging the setup, as you noted, and that queen on h5, it's just an annoying piece because knight e5 is typically what you want to do as white, but trading the queens will not help. Black's foundation is very strong here. So Polina, she's taking maybe too much time on this turn. She's down to 30 seconds remaining.
She doesn't know what to do, and I agree with the decision to simplify the position if you're Polina. Try to get the queens off the board. Get a position that's easier to play because you're down 25 seconds on the clock. And now she's worse. Lawrence's pieces are streaming into the center. The bishop can drop into a6. He cripples white's pawn structure. I'm not sure I love that decision.
Not at all, because Danya, I had the call in Calcutta for the Tot Steel Rapid and Blitz, and Polina won an endgame just like this with the bishop pair. She has incredible technique, and she also has an extra pawn as we cut the board in half from the A through C files.
And I talk about this all the time. These pawns on the king side, they're a huge liability with queens on the board. But with the queens off the board, they soak up the impact of black's pawn majority, making it much more difficult for black to create a pass pawn on the king side than it is for Polina to start shoving her pawns up the board as long as she can keep her bishop pair, and she does.
Bishop e3 is one of those moves that you just quickly gloss over, but was a fantastic decision showing tremendous understanding. She needs both bishops on the board to compete for the dark squares, and while Lawrence is playing this quite well, there are going to be chances for both sides.
So easy to blunder here. Rook d8 runs into bishop g5, and bishop takes f6. So the d file is white's under control. Bishop g5 there. Ooh. Met with f6, which Lawrence has to play. Ooh, I don't like this at all. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5 check.
And the other bishop comes to a4.
Oh my goodness, this would turn the entire match in Paulina's favor if she spots bishop g5
7
check
seconds.
Right now.
And she
finds
does.
it.
And she missed bishop f6.
Oh my goodness, you need to find those tactics. At least she's getting opposite colored bishops. Donna, she needs to make this draw because of the time situation here. Just trade rooks, move your bishop, push your pawns.
Oh, but bishop c1 is going to pick up a pawn, and Lawrence is now missing some chances. Bishop to c1, b3, induce c4. and try to walk your
Wait a
king to the
second.
queen side. This is losable. This can be lost with 5 seconds. I think Polina's going to lose this.
I think she is as well. She might play bishop d7 to try to get the e-pawn. After bishop e6, she's trying to defend the b3 pawn tactically, but it's not going to work. This can't be good. The king goes back to b4, a6, b5.
Oh, a6, b5 is going to pick up the bishop, and to save it, white has to give up b3. Take f2. Everything's falling.
I'm looking at the match clock. There's still 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. So if I'm Polina, I think I would be tempted to resign very quickly here. The engine, it's doing, bench pressing, going up and down.
a6, b5, and he finally finds it.
And I think Polina should resign right now, so she might get an extra game in.
Lawrence, of course, does not miss c5 check. That would have won the game for white. The pawn would have been unstoppable. Now he's got 800 extra pawns, and all of them are moving forward furiously to promotion. Lawrence is up by 1.
And this could be our final game. Both players need to keep an eye on the clock. If Polina loses, the match is over. For Lawrence, he needs to look. If it's going to be a draw, maybe he can burn some more time. I actually like this opening from the black side. If white had played d4, but Lawrence understanding a draw is good enough, he's playing this peacefully.
2 minutes on the nose left in this match. Lawrence putting the pawn on d3 this time. I still think that white is slightly better, and you can tell that Lawrence is playing with an abundance of caution. He's trying to get pieces off the board. Polina shouldn't force anything, right? She can pull out a draw here if there's time left on the match clock. So she's got to keep one eye on the match clock, the other eye on the board, and a third eye on the king side, because Lawrence is sending his f-pawn down the board, and Polina's already getting into some trouble here.
But I have to say, even though it looks good for white, the engine approves of it, this does give black some chances. Although after f5 and e5, there might not be many more chances. The king might get checkmated. But Don, you know what I mean? It's clearly an attack for white, but at the same time, white is overextending.
Lawrence has to time the move e6 right. I think it's already time for e6, especially because he's going to get his other rook to e1. He's playing excellent chess right now, and Polina, with her back against the wall and a minute left on the match clock, she needs to find a way to turn this around and win this game, and she's doing exactly what she needs to do to produce counterplay.
I'm looking at the clocks. Both players have more than enough time, a minute on the match clock. This should be the final game. And suddenly, after c takes b3, at least there's a weak point in white's position.
Take it. You got to take the pawn. You have to fight for something. You need something to suffer for here. And your only chance is going to be to create a pawn majority on the queen side, somehow survive the onslaught on the king side, which I don't think Polina's going to do, and then convert your extra 2 pawns. But she's doing her best. But e6 is E6 devastating.
I think queen e7. You got to bring your queen back to defend. Let's not forget, black is up 2 healthy extra pawns on the queen side. Those are going to be past her. So if she can defend her king, and she needs to also defend her clock, she will have a chance here. But she is spending so much time.
20 seconds. She might not be able to survive. Imagine having this position with 5 seconds. She puts the queen not on e7, but on d6. And what is her intended response if Lawrence just grabs f7 and then pushes the other pawn up to f6 in order to isolate black's king and ultimately checkmate her on g8? Nope, sorry. Rook e1, my bad. F takes e6.
Now, so rook takes e6, so all of a sudden the eagle bar,
queen d7.
So the black is better.
Lawrence should have taken with the pawn. He's... Okay, queen h5, but what is the threat? What if Polina just starts pushing?
Throw the pawn up the board. Maybe there's rook g6 and f6 for white, but now you can see that white is getting a bit desperate. If you don't deliver checkmate, you'll lose
f6
the
though.
game.
F6 is a huge threat. F6! And Lawrence...
Oh my goodness.
Is going to play it, and she can't take the rook. She's got to ignore.
Wait, what happens if it's a3 right now?
Rook e7. Rook e7!
Oh, what a find!
But she's going to sack the queen.
Oh my goodness. Bishop a6 played?
a2. What is happening here?
Is there FG, bishop takes, rook e8 check? Is there a draw like that?
Oh my god, are you saying there's a perpetual check there?
5 seconds.
4 seconds for Lawrence.
Oh, barely getting the moves in time.
And he's allowed promotion.
Queen!
And Polina, queen c7.
Oh my gosh, and there's no checkmate, and black is out of it.
But 1 second for Polina. She's got to avoid the perpetual check, and she's managing to do it. Queen g7. Are you freaking kidding me?
She's running the center. There's no more. Queen e5. Oh, it goes queen c5, queen e6. Bring your queens together.
Still scary.
Oh, she hung a queen. She's hanging.
Oh, the queen's hanging. It's just hanging there.
Oh my gosh, everything's hanging.
Both queens. The rook is hanging. Take the queen. Take the other queen. And he's taking the wrong queen.
Wait, but you know what? He did this. His king is safe now on h2. So white has a legitimate chance in this game.
Polina's pre-moving too much. She's got 4 seconds. She has to win the d3 pawn. Queen to e3 would have been best.
And there it is. The queen's on e3 now. And now take on g3. It's mate. Oh my goodness, Polina Shuvalova wins on demand, and we have overtime. Lawrence cannot believe it. He had a 1-point lead. That was the final game. And Donna, you say it often. The players, they take that sip of their drink when they are feeling good.
I was halfway out of my chair there. Every one of Polina's 3 pieces was hanging at some point. The queen, the other queen, and yes, there was the other queen, and the rook. But all things considered, what an effort by Shuvalova to win on demand. Lawrence, now more than ever, Robert, he needs to push aside what happened because we have some overtime left to play.
We only have 4 games of 1 minute plus 1 second increment. The bullet continues, and the first of 2.5 points advances. If they're tied, we will get Armageddon. And Lawrence, I don't know how you forget about that game, but you can see Polina, she's dancing to the music. She's feeling it a little bit there. She has to be going in on a high.
Man, what's so frustrating about that is the way that Lawrence lost. He was right there. He was knocking on the door of Polina's king. He had so many different attempts, so many different ways to convert that attack. And Polina is all smiles going into the overtime. Robert, the psychological makeup is so important right now. Let's see if Lawrence has it in himself to come back from that devastating blow in the final game.
Wow, I cannot believe what we just saw. Chat, get involved. Who do you think is going to win this tiebreaker? Will it be Lawrence, as you see him shaking his head, or will it be Polina, who won on demand to force extra time? And for Lawrence, he's getting a little bit of a breather. You see him there. And Danya, Polina will get white in this next game since she just won on demand with black.
And
for
here
Lawrence,
we go.
you go back to this Owens, or do you change it up?
He's made up his mind. He's made up his mind to play this opening in the bullet. Polina has largely responded very well to it. We keep getting like slightly different structures. This time, we're getting that French structure again, which serves Polina well throughout the match. But this looks like a pretty decent version of it for Lawrence.
And she takes on f6 this time, so it's not all closed. And at some point, bishop takes e4 will be possible with knight g5 to follow. Wow, e5. The center is opening up. That should favor bishops, but I like the placement of black's pieces.
At the end of the trades, Robert, white has this very annoying move, f3, and that could lead to further liquidation and an endgame in which I think white's pieces are more active. I think Polina's going to spot f3 here, and that's the best way to disarm black's activity.
She plays it. And now queen takes e5, so perfect play from her to start this tiebreaker. And Danya, there's going to be rook e7. If you play rook f7, bishop takes h7 check. There are always these tactics.
G6 is a good move by Lawrence, preparing king f7. Now Polina can add some oil onto the fire with the move c4. She ultimately needs to find a good job for her bishop. I think Lawrence is stabilizing the position, but he's got some targets that Polina could attack. Maybe a well-timed h4, h5 should be considered.
And the problem for Lawrence is if he goes rook e8, he might be in a losing bishop endgame because white's bishop is much stronger. And up go the pawns. G6 now is a target. G4, G5 for white is up next. I would be very scared.
I think h5 by Polina is going to induce more big weaknesses on the king side. She's playing very patiently. Lawrence goes for the trade and blunders the pawn.
Look at him. He just slammed his desk. He may need a new one. He will get some prize money. He can afford it. But right now, he cannot afford to let his emotions get the best of him.
But he's getting some chances. Polina gave up that a2 pawn. And Robert, as you would point out, I think you'll be proud of me for noticing this, the h pawn is the wrong color. Now, that might be inconsequential. White might win this game with all of her kingside pawns remaining. But it might also cost Polina.
Ooh, I think bishop e6 was necessary to sack on f5. And now g5 check. You can take with the h pawn and f5. The pawns are rolling.
f5 and f6 get the pawn to the checkpoint. And in some cases, you could even trade the bishop. You could play bishop d5 because the king is in the box.
The white king will be able to run back, as Danya is pointing out. That's actually very critical because other positions may not be so easy to win. And g6, g7 is mate.
Bishop d5. That is the easiest win. Lawrence cannot refrain from the bishop trade. Polina's going to take her time here. Amazing technique. Bishop d5 is the critical move. She's got to find it, though.
I think she will. And the thing about it is you go back, win the a-pawn, bring your king to the king side, and you get the job done. And Lawrence,
another desk slam.
Goodness.
He is
This is
livid.
not good for him. I'm worried for his health right now.
And I'm worried for his position. Well, there's nothing to worry about anymore. This is over. He should try to take on f6, hoping for a pre-move, but he just resigns. and his back is against the wall. Incredible. What a match.
This has been awesome to witness. I hope everybody watching is enjoying themselves. But for Lawrence, he has not been having a good time in the bullet. So it's a 1-point lead for Polina. We get into a Spanish. What is this, the World Championship? Where did this come from?
Is this Carlsen Nepo? Is it a throwback to Dubai? We've got the knight c3, a3 variation. This was like ultra topical a couple of years ago. Lawrence gets his knight to g3. I like this opening choice for him. Knight h2, the best move in chess. Preparing f2, f4.
And it's just good in bullet to go for an aggressive plan. And speaking of, look at the center opening up. The rook on e6 is in a perfect spot. And for black, you may play d4. She chooses that. This is a great strategic choice.
And the knight gets up to g4. Polina showing very keen understanding of typical ideas in this line. Look at that d3 pawn. Look at it carefully. It might not exist for much longer if black gets the rook to d8 and the rook to d6. That's why Lawrence gets his knight to f5. He prevents rook d6. Polina could also send her queenside pawns down the board to carve out some weaknesses in the center.
Well, that knife on f5 might be traded off. g5, I like the ambitious play from Lawrence. If knight f5, e takes f5, that looks very scary for the black king. So after g5, oh, she does capture. She is unafraid because d3 is loose.
I love it. Rook takes d3 is coming next, and it's coming next almost regardless of what white does. I would still take on d3. That bishop on f8 is fulfilling a crucial defensive role. And if Polina can force the queens off the board, white is going to be left with a lot more pawn weaknesses than black. Lawrence doing everything he can to keep the ladies on the board.
Deserves an exclam right there, because now the black king is open. You want to keep queens on the board when you have the safer king. And so black is up a pawn right now, but some of those pawns are tender in black's camp.
f7 is hanging. Polina should defend it laterally, probably with rook d7. She's also controlling the d-file, so white's rook does not currently have a home. Lawrence is trying to find a home for the rook on h1.
What a move there. Queen e2, pinning the g-pawn. As you said, rook d1 will be a good try for black, trading off pieces when ahead material. So the way Polina is playing this is excellent, but her clock, that continues to worry me.
That's what worries me. She has to get the queens off the board. Robert, she's threatening rook d1 and later queen f3. And if everything comes off the board and she wins the a3 pawn, she's going to be winning. But she trades a little bit prematurely.
I think that it's a good try even in bullet. I'm with you. The advantage is gone for the most part. But how do you protect c3? Lawrence doesn't. What is he doing here?
He's giving away all the pawns. He's got to go rook h1 and g5 and hope against hope to create counterplay on the king side. I don't think he's got enough here. But 10 seconds for Polina. Can she keep her composure?
Bishop g7 check almost wins a rook, so she's aiming in that direction. ab5, maybe rook a7, c7 is loose, but bishop d6 check protects everything. And by the way, that white king only has the d5 square.
Lawrence needs a miracle here. He's 2 pawns down, but he's going after Polina's king, f6 and f5. But what is all this leading to? The king is just going to hide away on h7, and his counterplay is drying up.
There is none whatsoever. The black king is safe. Bishop d6 check, pawn b4, and so on. There's an h pawn, there's a b pawn, and a c pawn for good measure. Dinah, this looks like a straightforward win at this stage for Polina.
I don't see a single threat that Lawrence can make, save these one-move threats that Polina sees. Bishop c5, a desperation attempt to get to the c7 pawn with 1 second. Polina with b3, and that was a great decision.
Rook c7? Oh, I thought that he had a way to go after the f7 pawn, but rook b4, now the rook is trapped, rook b7 check, and then
h5.
Push your h-pawn.
Rook h1, king h6, just in time. Polina defends the pawn, and she wins the game h4, and there go her pawns.
And there might go Lawrence's chances. King gets out, and the king will run towards the b pawn. I think for Lawrence, you have to, well, now it's too late.
Stalemate.
You have to just take this pawn on b2 and hope that she pre-moves.
Yeah, some sort of a Rosen trap, but there's none to be found. Lawrence has his back against the wall. A thumbs up, a grudging thumbs up, but the match isn't over. He has won 2 games in a row many times this match. First, it needs to start with a black victory in the Owens defense.
Well, his back is against the green screen. He needs to win right now. A draw gives Polina Shuvalova the match and a finals appearance against Levy Rosman. So right now, this is a hippo. Lawrence making me proud. I do think the hippo is a good choice in quicker time controls, but right now is king on h7. That's in line with that bishop on d3.
It's a great choice because it guarantees an imbalance. Yes, objectively black is worse, but I like the way that Lawrence has handled the opening. His knight is good, his position is fundamentally sound, and he's got a lot of easy ways to keep improving in the center. Of course, keep an eye on the a6 pawn. Giving it away might result in a bishop trade, and the last thing you want is to give away your light squared bishop if you're Lawrence.
And the key word uses imbalance. That's what he wants. Even if knight g5 check is good for white, that at least is a position where white steals a couple pawns, black has an extra piece. And so knight g3 was Polina's choice. I think it's a good one.
Great move.
I'm keeping an eye on her clock. She still has about 38 seconds, and she has the attack.
And Polina's keeping an eye on the g6 pawn, because that pawn can be surrounded, knight h4 and queen g4, and that could catch Lawrence unawares. It did. I think queen g4 is winning. Rook f1 is coming, and Lawrence is busted. He is busted here.
It's just a straightforward attack. G6 is falling. Queen f7, only way to defend. Rook f1 will be the follow-up, and there is no more defense. And that means Lawrence, his time in the IMSCC is about to come to an end.
The only thing that could save him is some sort of a mouse slip. Remember, Polina only needs a draw. She's got a draw in her pocket. She's going to win this game, though. She's going to go rook f1, and the position plays itself.
Yes, queen takes or bishop takes h6, just trying to take material. Rook f7 is met by bishop g5.
Wow.
It hurts. You feel for Lawrence.
And he resigns. And that, folks, is the match.
It is Polina Shuvalova. She moves on to the final. There's a little smile from her. She cannot believe it. And Lawrence, I don't think he can either. But Polina, she fought valiantly. She deserves her spot against GothamChess in the final later this week.
You have to take your hat off for Polina. There were so many impressive facets of the match. She wasn't in the best form, and that makes her overall performance even more impressive. She rebounded. She surmounted a lot of the early troubles, that early deficit. She won on demand, and then she carried the momentum forward and struck 3 times in a row to take the tiebreaker in convincing fashion. Big congrats to Polina, and you feel for Mr. Trent.
You must feel for Lawrence, who played a fantastic match. And Polina, she was able to turn it around. She was slow and unsteady in the longer time patrols, but when it came to bullet, it felt like she had the steadier hand, especially in that final game of regulation. She won on demand with black. She was able to win all 3 games in tiebreak. And Danya, just like she did against Danny Wrench, she may have stumbled, but when it came to tiebreaks, she was the one who reigned supreme.
And nerves of steel were demonstrated by Polina in so many games. I'm still thinking about the way that she came back on demand. She was facing checkmate 7 ways to Sunday. She pushed that ape-on all the way to promotion. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't smooth, but it was amazing. And she kept delivering when the moment was most important. Polina is the deserving finalist, and Levy will definitely have his work cut out for him if Polina plays even better than she did today. That was an amazing SCC match, one of the best.
We certainly will have a fun finals on our hands, but first, we will go to a break and bring on Polina. So chat, if you have any questions, ask them now. We hope to feature them. So when we return, we will have Polina Shuvalova on with us. We'll hear her thoughts after what was a really epic match, and then we will run down the show and get ready for the final. But first, Polina coming up. And Queen somewhere, you just need to figure out where to knock him out in 1.3 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Both of these players are just almost losing on the spot. Queen d4 check, rook d7 coming up.
Yep, queen d5 check. Queen.
Careful, queen b1 mate.
Trade every. Queen b1 mate! Queen b1! Oh my gosh, and let me spot
What a swindle!
Oh my gosh.
What a swindle, because Robert, all he had to do was play queen takes f7 with a check.
It's still completely winning for black. And now Rudy is again a threat, and she allows it.
But G5?
Queen h8, rook g8, queen h8, rook g8.
Oh my gosh, you can play f6?
How did she lose that?
What a 1964, it's a free piece.
Oh my god.
Wow, don't blood checkmate.
Look at the he lost on time!
No, he won a piece, but he lost the game on time.
Oh my god.
I can't take it anymore.
98. I think this is just a draw. What time?
Oh my gosh, Greg lost on time.
He won the game, and Lawrence knows that means he won the match. There's a minute left. Lawrence can actually fully celebrate, as that is a 3-point lead.
It's over. Look at that.
It's a good sign of life from Greg.
Why would you not do that?
Well, because you want to waste some. I think if you're Eric Rosen, you really do want to waste time off the match clock. Oh my gosh, stalemate! That's why you don't resign! That was stalemate! Oh my gosh! Although she.
Can't preload in those situations. Oh my goodness.
He wants to
Bishop
get
takes b2. Oh, it's check.
Wait.
That's me trying to checkmate too hard.
No! No! Oh my gosh! And did he just give him the wave? Did he just give him the Jordan Poole? Bye-bye.
Knight f7, what is happening?
King a4.
Knight 6, knight d4 was winning.
No, wait, don't give up your pawn. G4.
She tricked him again.
G3. Oh, this has been amazing.
This is the best game ever. Best game ever.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn, and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, nothing else to see here. Play them all on Chess.com.
Welcome back to the I'm Not GM Speed Chess Championship. We are joined by our second finalist, Polina Shuvalova. Polina, huge congratulations. Can you believe that you made that comeback?
Yeah, it was tough, and yeah, this last game of the like main segment, at some moment I just thought that I'm okay, I will lose it, because the game was just going one way forward, and then I grabbed these pawns. I thought that was my only chance to maybe win this game, just to take these pawns and hope that somehow I will not get mated, and push my a pawn to the a1 square. That happened, and yeah, on seconds I was also hang that rook, but yeah, somehow it was I managed to win this.
Polina, you started off on a little bit of a rocky note, and you were down going into the bullet, and then an incredible comeback. What did you tell yourself after the 5-minute portion? How did you prepare yourself for the comeback that you made? What would you say your psychological mindset was going into the bullet and the tiebreaker?
Well, at some moment, I think at the end of 3-minute section, I felt that he maybe was a little bit tired, I'm not sure, and that I can maybe hold the initiative from this point. And then it happened, I got +2. But then, I don't know, I really quickly lost 2 games, and then lost the third, so it rolled back again. But yeah, he gave a really good fight, and yeah, just tough match. round to kill.
Yeah, and Paulina, earlier on in the longer time controls, you were actually the one getting in time trouble. So how did you mentally adjust to go from when you were on your final seconds and struggling to get points there, but then in bullet, you seem to play like a totally different person. Do you play the time control much differently? Do you think that you're able to adjust well?
I actually don't understand how to play 5+1. This is quite strange control for me, as we play 3+1 in this title Tuesdays. I also played some games with 1+1. So like 5+1, maybe I'm getting like in this match I was getting too slow. So he was dominating on the clock there. Yeah, but starting from 1+1, I don't know. I just know how to play with which speed. So I felt comfortable at this time control.
Polina, we have a couple feature chat questions before we let you go. From GWLS, how will you prepare with Levy's elite bullet play? Your next opponent is Levy Rosman, and what are your overall thoughts on your upcoming finals match against Levy?
I almost did not prepare for this match, and so maybe I will keep going with this tradition. I'll check some games of Levy, I think. But it was confusing for me, so now I don't trust people anymore. As Lawrence in his interview, I think he said like when he will be playing with me, he will be like going to this very sharp and trying to be imaginative, go to this stuff. And then in the first game, he like outplayed me in the very calm manner in this exchanged French. So I'm like, what is he doing?
Well, Paulina, you do face Levy next, better known as GothamChess. Do you watch his videos at all, and are you excited to be featured, likely in some videos which often get millions of views?
I maybe have seen some videos of Levy, but not too much. So I don't know what he will say about me. Maybe it will depend on how the match goes.
Well, absolutely, Paulina. I mean, you were so great today. We look forward to your match against Levy later this week. We know it's getting late by you, so we'll let you get your rest. But congratulations once again. You have so many fans rooting for you.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
And that was our second semifinals as Polina Shuvalova beats Lawrence Trent. Lawrence, a good sport. He will be joining us for an interview as well. So please ask some feature chat questions. We'd like to read them out to him. We'll be back shortly with Lawrence. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are glad to be joined by Lawrence Trent. Unfortunately, Lawrence, you did suffer defeat there. We could see the emotions on your face. How are you feeling right now?
Firstly, I'm exhausted. I don't think people realize I worked a full day of a normal job and then had to play this. So I feel tired. That's number one. I feel absolutely gutted to lose this match. I think this is the match that hurts the most because I had so many spots to make a big, like there was a moment I think I was 6-3 or 7-4 up and I didn't convert a winning position. I think it would have been about 4 points, a 4-point lead, which would have been really huge in the momentum. Then she pulled it back and then I knew she was a great bullet player. Like, I know that's her strength. And she went up a few games. And the truth is, in the bullet, I thought I lost a few in a row. I could feel the energy leaving me. And somehow I managed to pull a few games together. And all of a sudden, I've won a bunch of games. And I just have to make a draw with white in the last. And I let it get out of control. I'm pretty sure there was a draw there somewhere. Or maybe even winning, I don't know. But she's a fighter. You know, she's a terrier. And she just doesn't give up. There's a reason why she's world junior champion, why she's one of the top players in the world, you know, why she's a prodigy, because she's got a fighting spirit. And she just didn't cave. Even when she was 6-3 down, she just didn't cave. I let the emotions get the best of me, though, today, to be honest. You probably saw I threw a few things. I bashed the table a lot. I blundered pieces. I just didn't convert winning positions. Today was really sloppy. I felt like if I'd been a bit sharper, a bit less tired, I might have come through today. But I can't really complain. I've only got myself to blame for not finishing that off. But I'm hoping you guys enjoyed it.
We very much did, and I think I speak for everybody in the chess community. Lawrence, obviously, the match didn't go your way in the end, but what aspect of your performance in this year's I Am Not a GM SCC are you proudest of?
That's a good question. I mean, I think one of my strengths was being able to adapt mid-match. So, for example, some of my openings, I immediately cut the French. I just could feel that wasn't working. And I stuck with the Caro, which was working. And when I was white, I played a good line against her that Davis played in the previous round. And that seemed to work. So I was quite happy with how I handled the openings. I felt like I got a lot of good positions. I felt like I outplayed her quite a lot as well, to be fair. I felt like there were a lot of games where I just bossed her. So I can take solace in that because she's a class player. Again, just the nerves. I felt the nerves. I felt the tension. And I just couldn't really deal with them after a long day. And so that's something I've got to work on. But I guess overall my performance wasn't absolutely terrible, though, although I imagine you guys were screaming from the rooftops commentating these games because it must have been blunders galore today. I've just got a feeling it was just a million things missed. But people have got to understand as well, you play 3 hours of chess at this intensity, it is really, really tough. Like this is almost the toughest tournament I've ever played. And I put that in the same group as playing top level Bundesliga or anything like that, because it's just so intense. And yeah, everything is just a lot of the time small margins. So look, I've been, it's been great to be a part of it. I hope I get an invite next year as well. And I wish Polina all the best in the final. She's going to have a great final. That's going to be a great final against Levy. I'm just gutted I'm not in it, basically.
Well, Lawrence, I mean, of course, you were receiving many condolences and also a lot of compliments because your fighting spirit was also up there with the best of them. You played some great chess, and you touched upon this just now about the format. So now that your tournament is finished this time around, how do you feel overall about the group stage? And do you feel like the groups should have extended into the semis so that you could have had a chance to play Greg?
Listen, I mean, if I'd played Greg today, I don't think even I would have been able to mess it up after his performance the other day. This is a guy who's, I'm going to send him, a book on Night Forks, I think. It's tough. I mean, it's easy being an armchair general. I mean, everybody in chat, it's very easy just saying, "Oh, what a silly move that is." But when you're actually in it and you can feel the tension, it's a different story. No, I really loved the format, actually. I thought the group stage was an excellent idea. And then we get this kind of football World Cup tournament. So I absolutely loved the format, actually. But yeah, I'm sure I'll meet my good friend, Mr. Shahade, another time. But for the moment, I've just got to extend my congratulations to Polina, because she just didn't give up. I mean, she just fought till the very end and she was rewarded. What can you do? That's life.
Lawrence, how carefully will you be observing the Rosman Shuvalova final, and who do you have to win the final?
I'm probably not going to watch it live. It'll be too raw to watch it live, because I think I've got to be there. I will watch it though. I'm going to go with Polina for the final. Nothing against Levy. I think Levy's a great player, but Polina, I think, is just objectively on paper the better player by some distance, and she's absolutely not a bad bullet player as well. And I think Levy's big strength is in the bullet. And my fear for Levy is that Polina's going to get a lead in the 5 and 3 minute. And then Levy's going to have to really work hard in the bullet to pull it back. Of course, anything can happen. It's a final. It's one match. But I would say Polina is probably slight favorite over Levy. That's a guess.
Mm-hmm. Before we let you go, Lawrence, and take your well-deserved rest, a few quick feature chat questions. First, from Steeped Games. Lawrence, how did your opponent influence your opening preparation today?
Yeah, well, obviously, I had a look at the past matches and what Polina does in general, and she's very principled. She sticks to her openings. I completely guessed that she'd play either the Caro or E5 today. I was quite excited about playing against the Caro because that's her main weapon, because I had a few ideas up my sleeve, some of which worked, some of which didn't. So when you play players like Polina who have got, a repertoire, a solid repertoire, it does make preparing for them for a match like this easier. That being said, of course, she's a proper player. So she's not playing coffee house openings and getting poor positions all the time. She's playing principled openings. So even if you do prepare for her, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get an advantage. I have to say today, I felt like I struggled a bit with black until I found the Caro. Felt like I did actually quite well with that Caro, all in all today, which is positive. So yeah, I can't complain about the openings really. Today, my failure was really some key moments. There was games where I blundered a piece, blundered a tactic, just didn't convert winning positions or better positions. And it was, I think the real key moment was, apart from the last bullet game of regulation, was that game where I think I was 7-4 up against her, and I think I was winning to make it 8-4. And that, I think, would have given me enough distance to kind of, have a great chance at pulling through. But yeah, it wasn't meant to be, unfortunately.
These are great insights from you, Lawrence, and I think this feature chat will bring out your best insights yet. It's from none other than Gregory Shahade, who wants to know, how does it feel to have choked even more than me?
Oh, Greg. Well, what can I say? I mean, I guess you're right on this occasion, pal, because I can't remember exactly how your match went, but actually, weren't you up 4 games or something going into the bullet, choked in the bullet? I mean, we went into the bullet almost neck and neck, only had a point advantage. So I'm not sure the choke was as bad objectively, but no, clearly, just needing a draw with white in that last game. I just couldn't figure out a way to force a draw or win, and she just marched her pawn down the board. And that's bullet chess. I mean, you can't calculate everything, and especially after so long playing, she absolutely did the right thing, taking all my pawns. I thought, well, I must have mate here with the E and F pawns, but just too tired to find the way, or perhaps just too weak to find the way, many will argue. So it is what it is. But me and Greg will go off to the loser's corner, as we've done many times before, but we will be back next year, I'm sure. Just love this tournament. Absolutely delighted to be part of it.
We are super excited to see you come back. It's always fun to have you. So, Lawrence, I'm sorry that the tournament comes to an end for you, but you played great. So many fans of yours out there, so you should keep your head held up high.
Appreciate it. Thank you, too, as well, for your commentary. You guys know you're 2 of my favorites. Work with both of you, and I'm sure you gave the fans what they wanted as well. So well done to you two for putting in a good shift today.
Thank you, Lawrence. Well, have a good night. Appreciate you, and we hope to see you back soon. And we now see our finals. We will have Levi Rosman taking on Polina Shuvalova. There are 2 players left standing. They are the faces you see on the screen in front of you. And Danya, it felt like they both earned it by just barely squeaking by in the bullet.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an SCC without close matches, and we've had one close match after another. The group stages, a lot of them were blowouts. I thought maybe one of these players would just blow everybody out, but in the individual matches, the difference in strength, it's so narrow that we inevitably get matches going all the way down to the wire. I can't believe that we got 2 matches in a row going to overtime. And if this goes the way that it has been going, Robert, we might get a 3rd overtime in the final.
That would be electric. GothamChess takes on Polina. Polina, the highest rated player in the field, according to FIDE rating. So, Danya, how do you even sum up what we just saw?
It's going to take me some time to just think it through in my mind. There were so many different stages to this match. We saw 2 players who put everything on the line, and this is what makes the SCC so amazing. Doesn't matter what kind of SCC it is, if it's GM or IM, everybody knows that this tournament is among the most prestigious and the one that people like to win the most, and that is why we see everybody who plays bringing their A game and bringing some incredible clutch performances. At the end of the day, Polina Shuvalova deserves so much credit for the nerves of steel that she showed and for her incredible play throughout the match. She needs more of that if she wants to dispatch Levy in the final.
Well, as Lauren said, she's very resilient, and you mentioned marquee matchups. We will have more of those, not just in the IMSCC, but also in the Grand Swiss. Some of your favorite players on the planet will be taking part because candidate spots are on the line at the FIDE Grand Swiss, which begins on October 25th. You see Hikaru, you see the US champion Fabiana Caruana, Alexandra Goryachkina, and many more will take part in the Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, which are taking place side by side in the Isle of Man. So mark your calendars and don't miss the epic battle as over 150 players fight for a chance to be the next world champion. Use the command Grand Swiss in chat for all the info. So it's been a really fun time at the IMSCC. The action does continue later this week with Levi Rosman versus Polina Shuvalova, but in this match, in today's action, it was Polina who did the damage. She takes down Lawrence Trent in what was another nail-biter. It was sent to overtime. Polina comes out on top. She was the highest rated player in the field, but she has her hands full in the final against GothamChess. That is going to be another excellent matchup. You'll not want to miss it. See you then. Goodbye, everybody.